So you want to get an output of everything, everything that is failing in your cluster. So going further, the thing that I had to discover and work with are the Ansible plugins. So I said that Ansible is extensible, and it really is. There are plugins for basically every aspect of Ansible. I have 3 listed here. One is action plugin, callback plugin, and connection plugin. Those are 3 that I somehow got involved with. The action plugin, we will see an example, and callback plugin as well. And the connection plugin is basically what allows Ansible to connect between the control host to the targets. So normally we are using SSH, right? But as I said, it's possible to use other types of transport. So for containers, we use Docker API. We can use the local to talk to localhost. And you can actually write your own connection plugin. So if you have a different transport you want to use, something fancy, you can write it and Ansible will use it. So let's go look at an action plugin, right? So action plugins and all the other plugins, they're normally, again, Python. So all you have to do in this case is inherit from a specific class from Ansible. So for action plugins, it's called action base. And you need to implement this method run. And what it does, it takes all the variables that Ansible knows about, these task vars, and you do whatever you want there. It's Python code, and as long as you return a dictionary, right? The dictionary being interpreted as if you have a key there. I have no idea.
LXC hasn't been open sourced yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
How is your plugin for managing health check scheduled?
How is your plugin for managing health check scheduled? Who is starting it and when?
Yeah, so it can either be started manually by running Ansible playbook with a playbook that uses the action plugin, or it can be automated by, for example, if you're running OpenShift, you can create a schedule job. It's something like a cron job that runs at a certain interval. Yeah. Next.
Next one is, how does Ansible differ from Docker? What do you see as an advantage or disadvantage?
Okay, so they are completely different things. So Ansible is for automation. It's independent of Docker. and Docker is one particular implementation of containers. So they are actually, as we saw, they can be used together, right? I think that's the advantage is using them together.
Next question is also about Ansible and Docker. So what are the minimal versions of Ansible and Docker that support the integration?
Yeah, I think from Ansible 2.1 or 2.0 that there is integration with Docker. I'm using 2.2 now, and 2.3 is out soon.
The last question, can we use Vagrant instead of Docker?
Yes, we can use, so Vagrant again is also a generic, they are in different categories, right? Vagrant is a tool for starting automating environments, and you can use it normally with virtual machines. So if whoever asked was thinking about virtual machines powered by Vagrant, yes, it's possible, but it's slower than containers, right? And it consumes more resources. You cannot start probably 100 virtual machines in your laptop, but you can start 100 containers.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
We'll have a short break and then we can continue. Thank you. Get the schedule because we're
Lost.
we're lost. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying maybe. I'm good.
Okay, so I think we are already synchronized with the large auditorium, so we can move to another talk. Lasse Schurman yesterday told us enlightening talk about Koala, so I think this talk will be about Koala and about open source contributor automation. So it's your turn.
Yeah, can you? Thanks a lot. Yeah, I like to walk around a bit during my talks. So this talk is about open source contributor automation. I think it will be especially interesting for you if you are a maintainer of an open source project and you want to attract more people. At the same time, you don't want to be burning out on helping all those new people getting started. So you kind of need to build an open source self-service machine out of your open source project, because well, if you think like a startup, you can make newcomers help each other and grow on that. So that's actually a very good win-win situation that you can create there. So why do I think I could do this talk? I am the founder of the Koala open source project. And with the Koala open source project, something interesting happened last year. So basically, in the beginning of last year, we had something like 4 to 6 contributors, like total. And at the end of last year, we had over 300. So this is the contributors per month graph. And I think there's, this one is interesting. Because this is what you might want to have happen to your open source project. So this tiny one is a GSOC. This is a Google Summer of Code. It's a lot of work. It gets you people on long term, but only a small number of people. And this is actually a hackathon organized by a company. They did like lots of advertisement, and lots of people came, and lots of people go. So the spike also means like lots of work and also lots of wasted work in a way. But still, like, both initiatives have helped us grow a lot. And if you take events like those will get students to see your project. And what I'm going to do now is I have like 10 things, like concrete things that you can do to make your project more newcomer friendly. I'm going to present those. There will be quotes below those statements that I do, which are usually from our community. So you have like a second voice. And it will help you use those things, because once that happens, what happens then is that like the word spreads and your community gets acknowledged as a newcomer-friendly community, and people join you because of that, because they want to help open source projects and they don't really know how to start. So I think the first thing that you can do is introducing issue levels. And what we did was we had difficulty labels for most of the issues. And the easiest one is the difficulty newcomer. This is like fix a typo. It's incredibly simple. So whenever I see a typo, I don't fix this, I file an issue. And those are the issues that can help the newcomers learn your workflow. Instead of like doing a meaningful contribution, they just need the time to learn the workflow. Okay, Razvan is not here, but he told me like, yeah, a GNOME contributor made his first contribution in just 2 weeks. We can do it in a day, because it's like two things that are orthogonal. You need to learn the workflow and you need to learn the code base. If you do all at once, it's going to be incredibly complicated for the newcomer. And if you have more difficulty levels, like difficulty low, medium, and high, you can provide a ladder that people can climb up, and they can grow on into your project. They can grow into the code base and learn about it. You just need documentation. With that, I mean like developer onboarding documentation. And we had last year a GSEC student who wasn't a GSEC student at that time, who wrote a newcomer guide for us. I will show that later. And that helps a lot because people get a step-by-step guide, basically, to do the contribution and learn the workflow. And like our workflow is a bit complicated. We do all like rebases and stuff that people find confusing that are actually not that hard, but they're just not common. And a lot of people are scared of that. But documentation, of course, helps. So the ability to respond quickly when something happens, I think this is very, very critical because if a newcomer joins a project and he asks a question, nothing happens like for hours. Best case is even it's on IRC, so the newcomer will drop out right after 5 minutes after asking that question. Will never receive any answer, even if there is one. So what I can recommend there is, well, you might have an IRC bridge or a bridge from IRC, but provide something that newcomers can log into, that they get mail notifications because they are very impatient. And secondly, respond as quickly as you can. And with that, I'm not saying you have to solve their problem right now. What I'm saying is, like, if you see that message, you can say, like, okay, I don't have time right now, but I will respond as soon as I get time, or like tomorrow, in 2 weeks, whatever, but give them like an immediate response. And this is like, well, any good communication. If you just give them an estimate when you have time, this is worth a lot. What I think is also very, very good, have an off-topic channel, because this is I think one of the most active channels. I had to mute it, but there are incredibly funny discussions, and the community really grows on an off-topic channel. I think this is something you don't want to miss for your community, and it makes the team feel like they are together in the same boat, and it's really improving the feeling. Coming to the more technical parts, you of course need to ensure that your code base has good quality. And what I don't recommend is being less strict with newcomers. What I recommend instead is being more strict with newcomers. So the newcomers are there to learn with you. And if you do reviews politely, you can make some GitHub templates for the most common things, right? But if you do it like that, and if you do it the right way, then people will understand that code reviews are there to help them as well. And code reviews are not even like a one-way learning street, but they are a two-way learning street. Because we, as the maintainers of an open source project, can learn a lot from the newcomers as well. They have the fresh experience that we lack, and we have some not so fresh experience that they lack, but that is also important as well. This is actually like, this, for example, a problem with our approach. Like, this generated a lot of attraction from students, and we don't have a lot of experienced people. Still, like, we are like a bunch of crazy, totally motivated students and very few experienced people. But it works out quite well. Next point is, like, let them review source code right ahead. So what we actually do in our newcomer guide is, once you have submitted your first pull request to GitHub, we recommend you go review another newcomer pull request based on what you read here, and try identifying issues in other people's code. Because reviewing is a so essential part of our community. We need that. And if they don't help us, we kind of burn out. And if they help us, they get to learn this as well. And what we notice is that they appreciate being reviewed, and they appreciate being able to review. Like, a lot of people usually think, what, I am allowed to review? This is great, right? You obviously don't want them to merge things autonomously, but you can let them review things and then just let a maintainer cross-check in the end. And have the first few iterations, the newcomers are like a sub-community that reviews each other, and that works very, very good in my opinion. You do want to promote and reward achievements as far as you can. So what we are trying to do, and we haven't managed to keep it up a lot lately, is like tweeting about great things that the new people do. Because like somebody comes in and then he writes support for another programming language in Koala, and this is gorgeous. So we try to tweet about that because our users will want to know about that, and they feel the immediate appreciation. They are there as a full community member. They get reviews, they can do reviews, and they also get appreciation for the stuff that they do. If you're doing this, you're basically thinking like a startup. You're optimizing for growth. And if you think like a startup, you will always want to ask for feedback. It's an iterative process. And you will never reach the final truth. And neither is this the final truth, right? So always ask them for feedback. And make sure that they know their opinion matters and you are open to listening to them if they feel like your newcomer experience could be better or anything else could be better. And oftentimes, I think we even have a Google form that we send them in a templated message after their first issue, oftentimes. And so they can give us feedback about what we can improve about the process and the project and the usability and stuff like that. So the last point of the large introduction here, because this is not yet contributor automation, right, is live the spirit of the project like you want it to be. I think there's like an expression like, as a leader, your community will grow just like you are. And this is actually very true. So we notice like if you live those principles, the newcomers will pass on those principles to the next one as they grow. And there will be this kind of mentality. I don't know if you can see the shape of mentality you will get from this kind of thing, but it always influences how everything behaves. So let's see you do that. And you're drowning in newcomers. And your maintainers are burnt out. You have 60 open pull requests to review, and the number is not going to get lower. So what do? And then in addition, you have all those newcomers coming at the channel. I think yesterday we had 6 new newcomers yesterday. And they are asking for an invite into the organization because the GitHub permission system doesn't let you assign issues without having them invited into the organization. Then they want to be assigned to issues because the GitHub permission system doesn't allow you to give them access to assign themselves to issues without giving them full write access. You need to know like how can I even distinguish between pull requests that need review and the others. Like you need some organizational system. You can manually put labels on everything, but then a newcomer updates his pull request and it gets lost forever. So this is those are the issues that made us drown in newcomers and in the work, and that I felt we definitely had to automate. And that's what we did. So what I want to do now is I want to take like an example newcomer experience at Koala so you can see what is possible. And although those are only screenshots, this is the reality and this is not mocked. So the first thing that a newcomer does is saying, hey, I'm here. And then we do we have a chatbot, which is Cobot, which we use to invite people. And currently only maintainers can do that because we don't want it abused. But in principle, it's very, very quick. And what this bot does is it invites them to the GitHub organization, and it tells them, hey, we're here for you and we want to help you. And at the same time, it prepares them a bit about, like, in open source, you have to be a bit careful about not asking too trivial questions that you can easily just Google and get the response in the instant response field even, right? So this is kind of a problem if you scale, that a lot of people ask you those kinds of questions. So we noticed that we had to tell them, like, think. Like especially if you're giving people lots of instructions, it's easy to like stop thinking and just follow instructions, and that's not what we want. So I feel like this isn't the ideal solution yet, but it kind of works, and people know, yes, I'm joining something here. They do still feel appreciated. They don't feel like we're annoying them with this, because this is actually like useful stuff for your life, right? You can Google things. So what they do next is they use this newcomer guide. And the important thing that I want to point out is that we do encourage them, and we do make clear, like, if you only do a newcomer issue with us, this is going to be a lot of work with us. And if you look to contribute to open source, that's not it. The newcomer guide is just like, it's a service from us to get you started. And it is a lot of work. And it gets us a few typos fixed, well, but we could usually fix them faster than filing that issue. So please stick around at least for like one relevant change. It doesn't mean that newcomers' issues are made up. I mean, they are real issues, right? But I shouldn't have put so much text on the slide. I'm sorry. Everyone is reading. Yeah, and it also encourages you right ahead to do code reviews. So what they do next is they visit koala.io/new. And I think this is actually one of the most important things here. We have short links for everything. Like, when I started at GNOME, I got from my mentor like a huge 3-paragraph link where I could find issues that would be low difficulty. And it was a custom filter for that project, and who knows, in Bugzilla. And this is like, I think he was every time compiling this link again and again and again. This costs a lot of time, and it isn't really accessible, because I had to personally approach him just to get like the list of low difficulty issues. And what we did was we made, and this is actually Simone, who isn't here right now, but he's at the conference. So when I was in Brno, I met Simone, and he was like, hey, let's set up short links. And they were so awesome. Like, every newcomer immediately knows where he can go. It's koala.io/new. There I can find all the newcomer issues that are unassigned. You can find the newcomer guide at koala.io/newcomer. That's trivial. And it makes everything accessible. So this is like this filter, and this essentially the short link just gives you the filter, the organization-wide filter for newcomer issues. Sometimes we have more, sometimes we have less. And then you basically want to take an issue, and that you can do with the bot. The nice thing with this bot is it's like the S flag of a Unix executable, right? You can give people permission to do certain things in certain contexts, but not generally give them all permissions. So the assignment obviously assigns the newcomer, but what's important here is that the bot will refuse to assign a newcomer a second newcomer issue. Because that is when newcomers, like, they get this feeling of, yay, I did something from the first newcomer issue, and they want to do it again. But at least some newcomers don't feel like they are ready for the next step. But the goal of this newcomer issue is just to learn the workflow, and they usually are ready for the next step. And it is, I think, very important to make sure that people are not like using up all the newcomer issues and using this service again and again and again, because it's a lot of work for the community. So this kind of automation also is like, I think this is a huge prevention of burning out. Like, this is probably the most important part, that you don't give people to newcomer issues. So you make a pull request, you get a template, And I think one important thing here to know is like, I mentioned we have like this process, we want to make commits beautiful, we want to do rebases and stuff, and sometimes contributors just come around and want to quickly fix something, and they are not interested in like doing a long-term contribution. They don't want to learn all the process of Koala or of your project. So I think it's very important to offer them right in that template. Hey, if you're just an external person looking to fix something really quick, you can skip this. We can do it for you because we know it. It just takes a few minutes. But if you're not, you got to learn this. And I think now it gets interesting because we have an automatic code review. We have a lot of common first issues, which are commit messages. You can see in this commit message up there, right at the top, there's a space before the colon, and that's not so nice. Well, we didn't want that. That's just not consistent, right? And it's very easy to follow this rule, but you get to know it, and you have more trivial issues, like here, the line is just too long, and those are issues that are pretty boring to check for. With this bot, which is Gitmate, which is well, at some point I was like working more or less full-time on Koala, and I was thinking, okay, there's got to be a better way of maybe getting some money and making a living of this. So I'm working on founding this as a startup. But what you see here will be the MIT licensed open source version. So I think I'm allowed to talk about that here. And essentially, you will get a code review using Koala itself on your source code. And in a lot of cases, you will also get a patch, some clear instructions on how to fix that issue. I think this is really good because the messages you get are much better than if a developer comes by and says, read the fucking manual. They are very concrete. They give you hints like this is exactly wrong, and they save you a lot of time as maintainers because those trivial issues, like usually all newcomers do like 2-3 iterations just on their own with a bot. And I think this is a really great part. Then we have the code review from the developers, and here we again have a short link, koala.io/review. Right? What the bot always does is it takes care of marking pull requests pending review. You see here the labeling is done automatically. It gives it a size label, it gives it a pending review label, and a reviewer can set it to WIP using our chatbot, even if he doesn't have right access to the repository. And once the newcomer or the contributor pushes again, it gets set to pending review automatically. So you don't need to manage which pull requests are actually pending review, and you can just go to that link and get started reviewing directly because you get only those pull requests that need a review. In the end, we have actually a merge bot. So we automatically do PyPI releases with that, which is, I think, very satisfactory for newcomers because their changes are there to test without having to install it from source. They can just get the pre-release and their changes are in there. And I think this is like an incredible satisfaction part. So what is the next step? A newcomer is very heavily involved with your project, and you told them, hey, do more than a newcomer issue. You got to provide some motivation sometimes. And what we do is we just promote them to developers. It's more of a symbolic act. It's like you are a serious part of our community now. You are not a newcomer who is still like in the learning phase. You know how to do stuff, and we trust you. And this is like we invite people to the developers group. I think this is actually very relevant psychologically for everyone. And it's like the additional like attribution, like you did a great job here. So I can totally recommend that, even if it doesn't come with additional rights or technical things. It's just a sign of appreciation. I think this was the most important parts of the automation that we do. I will just very, very quickly summarize it, and then I will be open for any questions. So try to automate maintenance tasks. See what do you do often. Inviting newcomers. That was so awful because I had to do it because you need an administration account to invite people to your organization. And you don't want like all the maintainers to be administrators on GitHub. Ideally, you want nobody to be administrator except some bot that does the job. So look out for things that you can automate, and you will easily find some. And writing like a simple chatbot with Qbot, that's like a 2-hour effort. It's really simple. Get rid of trivial issues. That's what we're working on Gitmate. If you are interested in that, like let us know. We are always looking for feedback and on how we can make it better. I'm also doing some interviews here at the conference to like find out what the problems are that developers have in their workflow that we can automate. And make everything easily accessible. For example, you will find a summary of all links that we have on koala.io/links. Where else, right? So if you want to know more about those tools that we do use, gitmate.io is like the website of the code review bot, and gitlab.com/koala/cobot is our chatbot, which is a Qbot with a few scripts. It can also transform English text into ghetto English text. But feel free to use it and fork it, and maybe I would love to make Cobot, for example, more generic so it can apply to other organizations, because I haven't seen a chatbot that is like that targeted to open source organizations yet, and I think that would be easily possible. Yes, thank you very much for your attention. I hope this was helpful. If you have any feedback, I would like to hear it right now, because I didn't like just send it as a question. You know, I always like to iterate on things. And I'm going to put up the URLs as well. So if you are interested in like using one of those automations for your open source project, you know where to look for. And then I would be open for any questions.
We had some questions in Slido. We don't have it on screen, unfortunately.
I can put it on the screen.
If you can, it will be great. And small auditorium. Okay, so the first is slightly off topic. Is Koala usable for security code analysis? If not, what would you recommend?
I am not sure. Like, I feel like the open source world lacks good tools for security analysis. Koala does include the ones that we found, and we have them in Koala. So I am not sure what usable means. I think at the moment, like with open source tools, you will have the easiest time using Koala, probably. And I don't know what else I would recommend, except there's of course proprietary tools which are specific for that purpose, which can at the moment I think do a better job.
Okay. Next question is Gitmate also supported on GitLab?
Gitmate. So what Gitmate currently is a prototype, and we are working on the new version. On the MIT license community thing, and it will be supported on GitLab. We expect it to be working in just about like 1.5 months roughly, but if there's anyone wanting to contribute, then that can be sped up, I think. Yeah.
Okay, I think this question was answered, but you can maybe tell something more about the, if you want, like, I don't know, I think you tell us, it's, do you automate labeling, GitHub issues, code reviewing, common patterns or something else?
So, okay. So I am not fully sure what's meant here by code reviewing common patterns. We do automate GitHub issue labeling, actually. And what we do is we look for keywords in your issue description to automatically try it your issues and give it some initial set of labels. And if it's wrong, then the maintainer can just go and fix it. And like the Gitmate will not interfere with that. But we also have like some automation. What we do in terms of code reviewing is we actually do an analysis of the history, and we check the history for bug fix commits, which contains like fixes URL, and we identify those pieces of code which are correlated to those bug fixes. And with that information, we actually find out heuristical which parts of your codes are more risky for bugs than others. And we are doing currently some research on that, or we have done some research on that. And with the new algorithm, like if you look at the 0.5% of riskiest lines, you will find 40% of the upcoming bugs in the next 200 commits. If you like go back 200 commits, then you do the analysis and then check how good was it. So we actually have like a risk analysis. And based on that, we also apply like this pull request is very risky label. Please review it very, very carefully.
Thank you very much. Next question is why oops, sorry, I archived it. Why do you speak so good English?
I don't know. Like I actually had sucked at English a long time, I think. I went to a lot of conferences recently within the past years because I enjoyed very, very much talking to so much different people. And I usually pick out like the British accents because I like them. And I actually actively try to do that sometimes, speaking a bit like not such that people can actually hear I'm from Germany because the German accent is so horrible.
Okay, the last one is not a question, it's just appreciation. It was a great talk, and somebody had heard of Koala just this week, so I think they appreciated it. Thank you
That's
very
great.
much.
Thanks a lot.
we're ready to continue. Fridolin Pokorny will tell us something about Selenium, about distributed task computing, so it's your turn.
Okay. So thank you. Before we start, I would like to ask you if you have some experience with distributing computing. So if you have some, please raise your hand. So I see some people. Do you have also experience with Celery? Cool. So a lot of you, I think like 50%. So before we start, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Fridolin. I'm a fresh graduate. My alma mater is Brno University of Technology. Besides my studies, I did reverse engineering at Loft. I was a member of reverse engineering research group at AVJ. Then I moved to Red Hat to define future. I cooperated on different projects. I think the most interesting ones are AFK-TLS, that is a Linux kernel module that I used, and it's used by Facebook to optimize their traffic on TLS and the TLS. Another project that I started is Selenium, and it will be the main topic of our presentation. So let's do some distributed computing. If we are allowed to do. Okay, some technical issue. Niečo sa už deje. Skúsime takto. Tady môže byť kontakt? Nejde? Možno už poviem. Okay. Okay, so sorry for that. And now let's do some distributed computing. In a distributed environment, we have some kind of message, and basically this message describes what should be computed. So if we look at it on some higher level, it's basically a function that should be executed and arguments that should be passed to that function. If we have this kind of message, we queue it on our message broker. We can and we have workers. Store it, so you can store your data, for example, into Redis or Postgres. So once you compute, you can store it and make worker available to pick another message. Basically, all of this is already implemented. It's implemented in Celery. And Celery is a project, it's open source project, it's quite popular. And it was started by Ask Solem. You can find this project on celeryproject.org. And Celery is a distributed task queue. It has a quite large community, and it's used, for example, by Django Celery for background tasks. So let's try to use Celery in some task flow. Now, what is task flow? In the real world, we often have something like group of tasks we want to execute, and we have some dependencies between these tasks. These dependencies could be data dependencies. That means that if you want to, for example, compute a result of task 5, you need to run task 1, task 2, and task 3 in order to get results from these tasks and compute your result. Or you can have something like time dependencies. So if you are hitting some remote service, you are hitting endpoint, and you want to make sure that, for example, the remote service return HTTP status 200 before you run your next task, you can do that. So you have some time dependencies. With Celery, you can use some kind of Celery primitives. A list of them is, for example, group or chain or court. Basically, what it allows you to do, it allows you to group these tasks into groups. In a case of group, you execute tasks in parallel. That means you execute, if possible, all of the tasks that are grouped. Whereas chain, for example, allows you to chain the execution of tasks. So you run one task after another. Court is basically a group of tasks that is run, and after the whole group finishes, there is run another task. So if we want to model our flow with these Celery primitives, we have to make something like group of tasks. And what we will need to do, we will need to execute the first group or first phase. And after this phase will finish, we will execute the second one. Now you can imagine that these tasks can have various time and time needed that to compute the result. So if you have, for example, one task that takes 30 minutes in one phase, and then you have another task that consumes 10 minutes in another phase, it slows your flow execution. So the whole time of your flow is given by the slowest task in your flow. If we remove these boundaries, we can get results much faster, and it's something you would expect when you do something like flows. So the project I joined at Red Hat previously used Celery, and we found out that it's not that easy to use, and if you have some flows, it's not easy to, for example, add a new task into flow, because you have to reconsider and redesign how these tasks are scheduled. You also you don't have that granted control, so you don't have something like configuration, and if you do some changes, these changes could be large, and they possibly can break your application logic. And we were also dealing with task failures. If you have a flow, does it mean that if a task fails, that it's fatal for your flow? Or does it mean that you can recover somehow from that failure and continue with flow? Also, reusability of tasks is not that straightforward with Celery, and we had also use cases where we wanted to assign different storages for different tasks. So we wanted, for example, to use Redis in one task and Postgres for relational data that are from another task. So basically, this is how Selinon was born. Selinon means in Greek celery. When I was choosing name, I wanted to choose something in Greek because projects that have naming in Greek are quite popular. See, for example, Kubernetes or Skopio. And the main idea behind Selinon is that you have a power to basically distinguish your application logic in sense how your tasks are grouped, how are they executed, and the logic of your task itself. It introduces a simple YAML configuration file where you basically state your configuration of your system, and it will transparently do all that stuff for you. If you want to use Selinon, you just need to install it and import Selinon task. By deriving Selinon task, you can implement the run method, and basically the run method is the method that is executed by Selinon when the task is run. And in this particular scenario, there is task 1 that basically computes the multiplication of two, let's say, numbers. These numbers are passed in A and B keys. And once we multiply them, we return them as a result that is available under foo key. Now, if we want to use Selinon and we want to plug this task into our system, we basically list task in our YAML configuration file. You state how the task is named. You also state from where it should be imported. You can also state additional configuration options such as queue on which task should be queued, or messages for that task. You can also state, for example, how many times could be task retried in case of failures, so it's rescheduled, and what will be the countdown for the retry, and so on. Once you have a list of all tasks, you can list definitions of your flows. Basically, a definition of a flow consists of name, that is name of the flow, and edges. Basically, a flow is described by edges. So you have source task and destination tasks. You can see that if there is no source task, it means that the task is the starting task in a flow. You might be wondering, okay, we have tasks, we have edges, but what are these octagons and why is there written true in them? So the answer is conditions. These are conditions, and what Selinon offers you, it offers you to basically conditionally execute tasks. So if we want to change our edge from task 1 to task 2 and 3, we can run task 2 and task 3 conditionally. In this particular scenario, we run task 2 and task 3 if the following conditions are met. We have two groups of, our condition consists of two parts. The first one is field equal, that is a predicate that is run, and it basically checks the result of task 1. If arguments are, if the value of result of task 1 has key proceed and the value is yes, it will be evaluated as true, and task 2 and task 3 will be run. On the other hand, there is also another predicate that is environment exists, and it basically checks your environment and environment variables, and if there is testing environment variable set. You can easily configure your deployment with these kind of settings or conditions. These conditions can be basically grouped with or, and, or not Boolean operators, and you can group them as desired, and you can create trees of these Boolean operators. If we visualize our flow now, we can see that there is some condition, and it's as stated in the YAML configuration file. Now we have conditions, but these conditions check results of previous tasks. So how we do that? We basically can implement storage adapter. That is, from Selinon we import data storage and we derive from it. We provide methods such as connect, retrieve, store, that are the methods that are needed for connecting to Redis database, to retrieve results of some task and store results of some tasks. Once we provide such adapter, once we implement it, we basically state it in our YAML configuration file. We can add some additional configuration to that. Again, we point to package that implements it, and we assign these storages to tasks we want to save results to. As you can see, it's very easy. If we decide later that we want to store results of task 1 in Redis, it's just one line change. Now, if there is a failure, we want to handle it somehow. Let's say that we want to handle differently that in case task 2 fails, and in case task 2 and task 3 fails. We want to run different fallbacks. Fallbacks are basically tasks, so any task can become fallback, and you can also assign flows as fallbacks. So what Selenium does, it checks for failures, and as one would expect, if task 2 fails and task 3 fails, there is run fallback 1, and if only task 2 fails and task 3 succeeds, we run fallback 2. Everything is transparently, there are no time-dependent collisions or time-dependent evaluation of these fallbacks. Now, we want to reuse flows. For example, we want to place one flow to another. Basically, in Selenium, a flow is a node, can become a node in the graph, so you can easily assign flow to your another flow. So you can, in this particular scenario, run flow 1 after the init task is run, and in flow 1, there will be run all tasks that are necessary. And after the flow 1 is finished, task 2 is run, as one would expect. You might be wondering how Selenium works. The key idea behind Selenium is dispatcher task. Basically, dispatcher task is scheduled periodically, and it checks the state of your system. And what you can do, you can configure how often this task will be scheduled. You can also configure, for example, if you want to sample your system state periodically in 5 seconds, or if you want to do something like back off, so you want to schedule dispatcher in 5 seconds, then in 10 seconds, then in 20 seconds, you can do so. Selenium is configured by YAML configuration files. You can use them. Basically, when you pass YAML configuration file to Selenium, it does everything for you. So it does also some additional system checks, so you are sure that your configuration file is correct. You can do also flow visualization. The graphs that I showed you were visualized using Selenium. And you can also do something like local testing. So you can run a CLI that basically tries to simulate what would happen in your system. So you don't need to deploy your message broker, you don't need to deploy your database, and you just run it as a simple CLI. There are also other features that I haven't mentioned. There is implemented caching mechanism, so you can cache results of tasks on different nodes in your cluster. You can do also task and flow throttling, so you can say that you don't want to execute some task or some flow more often than once a minute, for example. You can do also task and flow prioritization just by making sure that there is more workers that listen on some particular queue, so you prioritize this queue. You can do optimization of dispatcher scheduling, as I mentioned. Selenium also offers you some trace points. Basically, these trace points are well-defined JSONs, so if you gather your logs to your elk stack, you can push logs to Logstash and easily visualize them in Kibana, and you get all the necessary information. So if in case some task fails, there are captured, for example, tracebacks, or if there is some weird behavior, you can easily track it. Selenium is also the only open source project, as I know, for task management, and it also supports cyclic dependencies, so you can easily make cycles in your dependencies, and you run it fully in the cluster. There are also other features, so yet. It's not open source yet, and we run it, and we basically computed hundreds of thousands tasks. So so it should be at least tested in some behavior. So.
Okay, thank you. And another question is Selenium a competitor for Apache Airflow in any manner? Have you thought about exporting your nice YAML config into Airflow?
As far as I know, I'm not sure, but Airflow does not allow you to run tasks distributively, so you cannot, for example, run them under Kubernetes, so you don't orchestrate your cluster using Kubernetes or OpenShift. So that's the main advantage of Selenium over Airflow, but I'm not sure if that's like 100% sure.
Thank you very much. No, it's not question. It's just notice that Selenium is it's historical name of one of the Slovak cities. So just a notice.
Cool.
So thank you very much once again.
Thank you.
The next talk will be in 13 minutes according to the schedule finally. So we have a short break now. It's great to see that so many people are here, but the colleagues told me that the catering company just brought the lunch for us, sandwiches. So many people went there to have something to eat. So they decided to continue to change the lunch break. So I'm sorry, but you can have the sandwich now, and we will start at 12:50, so that everybody can come. Also, those people that already tasted the sandwiches. Sorry once again. after unexpected change of our schedule. I hope you had a snack, that you are satisfied now. First, I have some organizational things. We have still some free, they are not free, unfortunately. We have still some tickets for our dinner or our evening event. So you can buy tickets in our ticket section on our on PyCon.sk website. And I would like to ask you if you have something interesting you would like to talk about, and you have just, it's not like 30 minutes talk. You have a possibility to announce your lightning talk. It should be, there should be a board outside, so you can just write your name and your topic. Lightning talks will be again in the evening after the last talk, just like yesterday. Now we can move to Petr Viktorin's talk. It should be about bands of various features of Python. So I'm looking forward. So it's your turn, Petr.
There's written everywhere that the dinner information comes out by email. When because at the moment it's still like no idea where it is. I bought a ticket.
Aha. Yeah, I didn't know either. I just found out a couple of minutes ago. It should be announced. It's in a restaurant called Flagship Bratislava. It's in downtown. But I don't know. I will tell the other members of the team that they should update the website so that people know, because I didn't know either. So I can understand that. It should be there. Okay, Petr, it's your turn.
Right, hello everyone. I'd like to get to know you a bit better. So I'd like to ask, who has seen this quote before? And I don't mean an hour ago when I was setting up. One person. Okay. Who of you has written some Java? Nice, all right. Who of you has written some Lisp? A lot of people, okay. Okay, so bear with me. Obviously Guy Steele, a co-author of the Java spec, said, for some criticism of the Java language, he replied that they wanted to convert the C++ programmers and they wanted to drag them a little bit of the way towards Lisp. Now, what does Lisp do? Paul Graham, he's the founder of Y Combinator and a Lisp programmer, wrote up a list of features that make Lisp different. Now, Lisp is a very old language, and it has a lot of features that are slowly trickling into mainstream languages. So let's see what this is. The highlighted ones are the ones that were in C++ already. Conditionals, if statement, recursion, the function calling itself. What Java added was not too much. I don't think it's really halfway to Lisp, but at least a bit closer to Lisp. What Python added, of course, Python was made before Java, but got popular after it. So Python took the Java programmers and dragged them even more to Lisp by adding stuff like first class function, dynamic typing. There's still some way to go, and I'm not sure if we really want to go there and become Lisp, but maybe that's in the future. Anyway, hello, I'm Petr Viktorin. I work at Red Hat and come from Brno, and I'll be talking about the balance of Python. Not really sure what the title means, but bear with me. So this is a talk about language design. Fair warning, it'll be full of stereotypes about languages because I don't have time to go into the finer details of Java and Lisp. So if you know a bit more than shows here, it's okay. You know more. This is a 30-minute talk, so I have to skim over some details. Anyway, if I'm talking about Python language design, I have to start with the Zen of Python. How many of you have read this? Everyone who's paying attention, good. Okay, so these are pretty much the rules that Python language design is guided by. And when I look at them, I sometimes see conflicts. I mean, special cases aren't special enough to break the rules, although practicality beats purity. So obviously there are some special cases which are special enough. Case in point, the super function, which doesn't work if we rename it. What do I do with this? In the second half of the Zen of Python, there's now is better than never, although never is often better than right now. When is it a good time to add a feature to Python? This doesn't tell me anything. Are these guidelines any good? Well, they are. Anytime you have conflicting guidelines like that, it doesn't tell you that somebody was not thinking about the guidelines. It tells you that here's a point where you have to think even harder about the decisions you're making. So like all design, language design is about trade-offs, decisions, and balancing competing forces where you have to strike the right balance. And the Zen of Python summarizes a few of the major forces that shape the design, and sometimes they are competing, and it's up to the language designer to find the right balance. Now, of course, every programming language does some decisions and compromises. Everyone does them in different ways, which is what makes them all different and fun to talk about. So, for example, C code is close to the raw machine while still being portable across a lot of different kinds of machines. Java code is straightforward, even boring. Well, not really boring. It's still interesting. Manages to keep that balance. Maybe not where we would want it, but it has its own design. Python code is pretty hackable, while still being maintainable. While still, we can still use it in a large organization. It's pretty dynamic while still being fast enough to run the common case. Now I'd like to look at different languages based on what tools they like the basic tools they give you to solve problems. So in C you get functions and structures and pointers, lots of really basic down to the metal tools that you can combine in different ways and build anything you want out of these. You get a lot of control of the result, but you do have to have a pretty good knowledge of how these things combine together, and it's not straightforward to combine them in meaningful ways. In Java, you have objects and methods and not really much else. So again, it's a pretty small set of tools. They're just on a higher level than C. Like C++, that gives you functions, classes, and pointers, and references, and templates, and exceptions, and constructors, and destructors, and all those different things. And it's pretty confusing, but the C++ programmers don't seem to mind, so it's fine for them. And Lisp, on the other hand, again gives you a small set of tools. It gives you functions, macros, and not much else. But these tools are powerful enough. You can build anything on any of the above with these basic tools. So these are pretty general, and you can do anything you want. And these basic tools, of course, shape the code that you write in the different languages. And in C, not only explicit better than implicit explicitly is the only option you have. And well, gives you a lot of control, but you have to build everything from scratch. In Java, this is not a real acronym. Did anybody hear about database normalization? The first normal form, second normal form, the stuff you learn at school, and it's not really that practical in the real world. Well, Java reminds me of the object-oriented normal form. You have to look at the functionality you want and somehow shape it so that it conforms to the object-oriented model. And sometimes it works. It certainly makes the code straightforward. That's why I call it the normal form. There's only one way to do it, which is pretty good, obviously. And what happens there, because you have a small set of tools, is people come up with design patterns, which are ways to solve a particular problem that get re-implemented all the time, and everybody knows about them. So to solve this problem, you have to do this template code. To solve that problem, you have to do that template code. I'm not necessarily saying that's bad, but Python does it differently. In C++, you have so many different kinds of tools, and often you have several tools to solve the same problem, and you have to pick one. So what some programmers do there is they pick a subset of the language. They say, well, I'm not going to use raw pointers, or I'm not going to use exceptions, and then C++ becomes a pleasant language to write in. But the problem is then you try to use a library that doesn't care about your decisions, and that's a problem. In Lisp, you have these really general tools. So what happens is, to solve a problem in Lisp, you first write a language for solving that class of problems, and then you write a really simple script in that language to solve your problem, which it's really powerful if you have a team of wizards who can do this. I mean, this basically forces everyone to be a language designer, and language designer is pretty hard. So it's good for a team of wizards, but if you throw more people at the problem, it kind of breaks down. So I guess that's that. Anyway, so in Python, the situation is a bit unique, because you have all these different specific tools to address specific problems. You have iterators, you have callables, you have the distinction between attribute and item access, like getting something from an object is different than getting something from a dictionary for good reasons. You have classes as everywhere else. You have context managers for managing lifetimes of objects. You have generators, you have coroutines. So it's a rather large set of basic tools. Unlike C++, there are no two tools that solve the same problem. So there is one obvious way to solve a problem, and as a programmer, you should look for that obvious way to solve the problem, which may not be obvious at first, but once you figure it out, it's clear. So the effect this has on the language is that you tend to use the right tool for the job, and just looking at the code, it's more obvious to see what the code is doing. Right? If you just have named methods, or if you just have macros, all code tends to look the same. But if you have different syntax for different things you want to do, it's a bit more easy to read, more easy to differentiate the different functionality in the code. Now, how did this functionality come to be in Python? When there is a construct or a problem for a large part of the community, when a lot of people see that something is impractical to do with the current language, then either a library comes up that solves the problem in an easier way, or if you can't do it with a library, a new syntax is added to the language. Now, the discussions about adding new syntax are pretty involved. People have to make sure that the new stuff works with all the other things already in the language, and that it doesn't conflict with them. But once these discussions are over and everybody's happy with it, we get some new syntax. Now, the important thing about this is that not only is it added for the built-in types in Python, but all the libraries are empowered to take advantage of the syntax. So you can write custom classes that redefine or implement all of Python's operators. You can write custom context managers. You can write custom iterators. So Python gives you a lot of power to leverage this special syntax, which is not that common in all languages. I mean, certainly some have it, but definitely not all. So how you do this, how you extend your how you teach your library to do this magic stuff, is usually you implement a method with a pretty ugly name, right? But it's reasonably easy to do, but to use these powerful tools, there is something that kind of hints that this is getting into some layer of magic, and you should understand what you're doing a bit more than if you're just writing regular code. Right, from great power comes great responsibility, as we've known for hundreds of years. And these underscores serve as a warning that you're doing something special, and you should think a bit more about what it is you're doing. I'm running out of time, so let's present this. So how this works: simple is better than complex. So library authors should simplify complex things by identifying a common problem in code and writing some layer that makes solving similar problems easier for normal people whose code is then simpler. Now, when you're writing a library, you have to keep in mind much more than when you're just using it. You have to not only know of all the tools you can use, you should also think about the concepts quite a bit more. Of course, you should think about these all the time, but you need to be really mindful if you're solving a broad set of problems than if you're just solving one. This gives us a pyramid or a ladder of use cases. Okay, so at the base of the pyramid, we have some general users. These are the people writing, a Flask application, or blinking LEDs on your microbits, or doing some numerical calculations on with NumPy. And this should be pretty much everybody. This should be taught in elementary schools. Everybody should do this. You shouldn't know a lot about the language, about the power it gives you to be able to write simple things. Now, when these users have a problem they can't solve, they go one level up to the library authors, and the library authors solve the problem for them. The library authors are the ones who should know how to write a class and how inheritance works, right? So these people know a bit more about the kinds of problems that people are solving, and provide the tools to solve those problems simply. Now, when the library authors have a problem, they go one level up to some kind of ecosystem leaders. These are the people who write the library like NumPy and decide how indexing works in multidimensional arrays, or people writing the Flask library and deciding, oh, this is a good place to use a decorator. And these people not only make the tools, but they also make guidelines for how to use the tools and how to express certain ideas in the language. And this goes for all the levels. Like library authors also write documentation, so they decide how code in that library will look. Of course, when the ecosystem leaders have a problem with the language, they can't express something, they go to the language designers, and there are discussions involving all of Python users, and hopefully their problem is solved. Now, of course, this is not about people, this is more about the roles that people fill. So you should always be mindful of the level that you're currently at. If you're writing a library, you can use magic stuff like classes and metaclasses, but then if you're writing documentation for that library, it should be at one level down, right? If I'm telling my user to use a metaclass in my library, I'm probably doing something wrong. So what this comes down to is readability, right? To be at the lower level, the code needs to be much more readable, much more accessible to more people. Of course, readability counts as one of the lines in the Zen of Python. An extended quote is program must be written for people to read, and only incidentally for machines to execute. Because all code we read, especially if it's in library, is telling not only the computer but also the people about what it's doing. Right? And if you want to write maintainable code, you have to write code that people understand. And you would want as many people as you can to understand that code. That's why you wanted everything to be as simple as possible. So what is readability? Here's a Wikipedia definition. I'll give you some time to read it. So it's the ease of with which a reader can understand a written text. Now, Wikipedia also has another definition specifically for code. This is for written text, but there's a lot of things, even in this definition for basically English, that applies to Python. Right? So the readability of text depends on its content, on the complexity of its vocabulary and syntax, and also on presentation, like typographic aspects. Right, so when you read a book and it's mathematical handbook with lots of hard words and you can't understand half of it, it's not very readable. On the other hand, when you read a children's book, everybody can understand it. It's kind of boring to read it, but everybody can understand it. And also the presentations does a lot to readability. That's why mathematicians write in LaTeX, which is known for good typographical treatment of the text. So stuff like font size and where you put a space, all that matters in how easy it is for us to process the information. Now, in the context of Python, the complexity of vocabulary isn't only concerned about the actual length of words or of idioms that we use, but also about familiarity, right? The more you see a particular way of expressing a problem or a particular word, the more familiar with it and the more easy it becomes to process it. Take a word like through, which is not really easy to spell, but because everybody sees it all the time, it becomes second nature to us to just write it. And even if we have trouble with writing it, we can read it just fine, right? So through is one of the 100 most common words in English used in this great book that only uses those simple words. And this book basically equates simplicity of vocabulary with how often that word is used. Right? So once something is common enough, it becomes easy for us to process. Now the other part about readability was the typographical stuff. Okay. So in English, There are rules like you should put a space after comma, you should separate paragraphs so that they're distinct from each other, and so on. In Python, we have pep8, which tells us, you should put a space after a comma, you should separate top-level functions with a certain number of blank lines, you should use lowercase with underscores for everything that's not a class, and capitals for a class. You should limit your lines to some ideal length. You should not have very long lines that you then break up into several physical lines, and so on. And really, there's a lot of parallels between written text, like written language, and how Python is supposed to look. And the reason this is done this way is because it helps readability. It helps you process the information more quickly and effectively. And of course, pep8 is not a hard rule. It's not built into the syntax. It's something that's enforced by conventions, by the community deciding, okay, we're just going to do this, and because everybody is now going to do this, this will become the obvious way to do it, and everybody will use it. It'll become familiar, and then it'll become easier to read. I'll skip here. So this gives rise to something we call Python idioms. These are both pretty incomprehensible when you first see them, but once you think a bit more about them, you learn how it works, and then it becomes second nature pretty much. So it's better if the whole community decides on one of the idioms, then everybody uses it, and if you use the other one, someone will tell you, this is not the way we do it in Python, do it the other way. And that makes the other way more common, and even if it wasn't simpler and less characters to read, it would be more readable just because everybody else is using it. So that's something conventions do to the language, something that's not baked in, but something the community provides. A phrase that's repeated often is that all Python users are consenting adults. You can do pretty much anything with Python. You can monkey patch stuff, you can make number-like class do weird stuff when you divide by it, you can do all kinds of crazy stuff, but watch yourself in public. Now, if you send something like that to code review, you're probably not going to get that pull request in, because everybody knows that's not how we do stuff. You should make your code more readable, and it's not a property of the language itself. It's just our mindset. It's just the shared knowledge of what readable code looks like. It's like in that book. I mean, you can read any piece of text, but there are some conventions like typographical stuff and structural conventions that make it more readable. And it's not that much about rules of the language, but shared decisions about how it should be formatted. Okay. Anyway, this is what I wanted to end with. Python managed to drag Java programmers another halfway to Lisp, if you've seen that beginning. But the concept of Pythonic code managed to drag them halfway back to static typing, straightforward, boring code, which is wonderful for maintainability and readability of the code. But you can still explore the language, and you can make experiments, you can innovate and do all the weird stuff. Just don't put it in a widely used library. Hey, that's it for me. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much for a comprehensive talk. Unfortunately, we don't have questions. So
was it that bad or that captivating?
I think it was everything was said probably. So I don't know if you maybe I don't know maybe some of you don't know we use Slido to ask questions. If you have problem to reach the website, or you can just ask if you want. And if you don't want, then we'll have a 10 minutes break, and then we have a keynote in a large auditorium, and then we can go on. So we will continue here at 2:10. So if you're interested in another talks, you can just come back later. Thank you. continue. Honza
Great.
Gretz from Kiwi.com will tell us something about Python and Redis and automation and what kicked their asses. So it's your turn.
Okay, so hello everyone. I shorthanded what kicked our asses to WKOA because there is some code of conduct or something like that. My name is Honza Gretz. I'm a Python programmer since that's actually not a typo because I still don't consider myself being Python programmer, but I'm doing Python since about 2010. Most of my work is bug fixing because I'm not a Python programmer. And currently I work for Kiwi.com in automation team. And I prepared my talk about Redis. Is there anyone who's ever heard about Redis? Cool. And who's ever used Redis? Cool. And who's using Redis on daily basis on production? Cool. So I have just several notes what we did and what wasn't actually really cool and what kicked our asses in meantime. So Redis is open source in-memory data structure store. This is actually from redis.io, where you can download Redis, and it's here because, like the note is here because it actually contains the word database, but it's not a good idea to use Redis as a database for, at least for us. We did it, we tried it, we lost many data, and we are trying to avoid using Redis as a database. It's cool for caching, it's cool for temporary data storage, but as a database like as is, we don't use it too much. Okay, thing number one. When you download a Python package, Redis, there are two basic classes to work with Redis server or Redis client. There's a Redis and strict Redis. Redis is more Pythonic way. There is a different order of arguments for some functions. Strict Redis tries to be really strict about notation and so on, so it should 100% copy the usage of Redis command line interface. If you use Redis command line interface, I strongly recommend you to use strict Redis. Once one of our programmers used just Redis, and we all use strict Redis, and we spent like an hour or so just finding the bug why his code doesn't work with our code, because he had just switched arguments. What kicked our ass is number two. There is a connection timeout. It is set by default. I don't know what the number is. I tried to look for it, but I didn't find it. If you don't use socket timeout and initialize strict Redis, it may not be connected to server as well. Redis works as a, like, it sends commands, waits for response, and so on. So you will be able to create a strict Redis instance, but when you send some command, you can get stuck, which is for some production data, or when you have some script which you want to be really fast and really quick, you don't want to wait 2 minutes to just get the error that you can't connect to Redis. So you can use socket timeout. It will raise exception even before that time, and it may save you a lot of troubles. Like with inconsistency against development environment and production environment when you switch to different Redis, which is not, or which may be not running at that time. just saves time. Redis data types. This is cool. I actually was looking into documentation, and there are like 5 types of strings, which all are string. Redis has just string. So if you set an integer to Redis, if you save it, you will get a string from response. So mind your data types, floats, integers, anything else. It will be stored as a string, and it will be retrieved as a string. So you should do switch data types if you want to use your values properly. I think we had some bug when we use get function on a key, and it returned us 0, but it returned us 0 as a string, which is a true value. So our if statement went okay, like, yeah, it is set, even though the 0 meant it is not set. Data types everywhere. What kicked our ass is with usage. We had several, like, they are not like just Python issues, or not at all Python issues. It's like the overall issues of how you use Redis as a storage. We were using Redis for caching DB settings. It's great, it's cool. You don't want to ask a database for settings you want to use like 10 times or 10,000 times per minute. You want to load it from Redis. It's faster, it's cheaper, it's just really better. But you should mind, though, that the data will get obsolete. You can do 2 ways of solving this issue. You can run some cron job, which will load the data, and every time it loads the data, it deletes all data. Or better is to set expire on those keys with database values. Expire will delete those keys. Automatically, so you don't have to handle it anywhere else, and you can just load data on failover, which is also good to have. We had these issues. We were saving data. We were saving DB settings, and when we changed settings in DB directly, it didn't propagate to Redis, so we had to wait some time. Shall I continue, or?
They were told that they should not interrupt, but they probably. Okay, so that's a problem. Okay, you can probably continue.
Okay. That's for caching DB settings for us. Set your expires, or you will have all data, and it's also pretty hard to find these issues, or this issue specifically, because you don't know what's wrong. Like you would swear you changed the settings in database, it should work, but you just forget about Redis, and it still has old data and uses old settings. Redis log. Did anyone use Redis log? Cool. So you know what's probably wrong in here. We had this idea that we could use locking over Redis. Locking is when you want to log several processes and run them one by one, for example. We had that idea and we started implementing it, but we did this nasty thing. It's still somewhere in our code. We are asking for status of the log, and then we are setting the log, and it's two different operations, and between those two different operations, like, anything can happen. It can be context switch, and some else process can do this, run this code, and you can end up by two processes running in parallel with one same log. It looks probably like this. This can be handled by setNX function in Redis, which sets the value if value is not already set. It will return you true if it was able to set the value, or false if the value was already set. And you can use this function. And this is more proper using of Redis log. Or you can use Python Redis log module, which is really cool. It handles everything, handles queues for log, handles proper locking, and does all the job. If you were considering using logs over Redis, please use, or I recommend you to use Redis log module. In memory-only storage, this is not mandatory, and I believe it is not set by default. By default, Redis is set, it stores data also to hard drive. And so when you shut down the Redis server, you are safe. You have your data on hard drives, and you can, when you run the server again, it will load the data from hard drive. But mind your provider setting, I think we are now using Amazon, and Amazon has a setting, it doesn't handle storing data into hard drives. So if you plan to store critical data in Redis, be prepared that when the Redis shuts down, like for anything, outage, anything, you will again lose those data. It will not be retrieved from hard drive when it's not saved in hard drive. That's actually one of the reasons why it's not good to use Redis as a database, or we think it's not good. And what kicked our ass is big time, like this is the biggest issue. It's probably not an issue, but it's the biggest thing. By all of this, by using Redis for locking processes, by using Redis for queues, by using Redis for DB caching and setting, we actually made our Redis a single point of failure. Like when our Redis in our team stops working, everything stops working. We just can't live with it anymore. Not sure if it's a problem or not, but again, it's additional service you have to handle. You have to make sure it will work. It will not have any like outages or anything. As we are using AVS, they actually had one outage. It was several months ago. Don't know if you saw it. They had problems with DNS servers, like their internal DNS servers, and the generated addresses for servers just stopped working. The servers were all up and running, but you couldn't connect because the address didn't work. So even for AVS, even for DigitalOcean, anything, the Redis can stop work. Probably in one point it will. Just all you can do is to be prepared for it. So don't make same mistakes as us, please. Those were stupid mistakes, and we are still trying to handle them. That's probably everything from me. Thank you very much, and thanks for your patience. I'm a first-time speaker here.
Thank you very much. During your talk, several questions appeared, so we can get through them. First one is, what's your experience with Redis cluster replication?
We were considering it, but we still have no experience. We didn't try it, make it work or anything. So, no.
Okay, next question is, why do you not like to use Redis with disk persistence enables as a database? Why don't you like it as a database?
As a database, because it can be used. I believe it can be used as a database, and you can store data to Redis and have them like all 100%. I think you should handle that server by your own, because most of the providers will not give you chance to save your data or set DB saving and so on, and you can really lose the data. Like just lose the data, it's like puff and nothing's there. Also, Redis has no strict no strict commands on data and so on, but you can set anything to any value. You can set passwords, anything, and then just in some different script, you can rewrite all these values without knowing. When you do it for database, the database is so the query for the database is so not simple that you will probably notice that you may be rewriting something or you may do some strong changes. But for Redis, you just do r.set and that's it. And you don't know if you rewrote some data you already had in Redis or if you set new data. It can be solved by using the setNX function, but it's just too many. I believe it can be used as a database with proper usage of Redis, but we definitely don't do proper usage of Redis.
You mentioned losing data. What about master-slave configuration or I don't know, probably configuration?
That's cool. We still didn't have any time to set it, so we don't yet use master-slave replications, I believe. We were also thinking of using one of the slaves as a developer server. So we would test our scripts as a slave, which has disabled writing. So you wouldn't, or the changes you would do wouldn't propagate to master and then to other slaves. But I think it's implemented in the newest version of Redis. And again, providers or server providers still use old versions, so we didn't use this one. Master slave is cool, but we still haven't had enough time to migrate it.
Are you saying that Kiwi users uses a single unreplicated Redis master node?
No, that's actually not a Kiwi. I forgot to mention it. We are just one small team of all teams and developers of Kiwi. Kiwi doesn't run on one unreplicated, unmanaged Redis instance. This is instance we use in our automation team, where it's about 20 or 25 people, and it doesn't contain any critical data. It doesn't contain any passengers information or anything like that. We just use it for this stuff, for queuing, for locking over processes, and so on.
Okay, how does Redis algorithm for deleting keys up? How does the algorithm for deleting keys after expiring work? Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, so once again,
Uh,
how does Redis algorithm for deleting keys after expiring work?
Not pretty. This is handled by, or if you the if you mean the Redis itself, or the expire function itself, it's handled by Redis. It's not handled by a Python module. It's handled by Redis itself. You just set like expiration for this key. You set key like, okay, set this key's name as a, I don't know, Cruch, and set the value to 1, and you then set that you want the key named Cruch to expire after like 5 seconds or 10 minutes or so. And the Redis server itself will handle this. After 10 minutes, it will automatically disable the key or maybe delete the key. Not sure how it works in specific. But you don't have to handle it anywhere in your code. You just set the expiration for the key.
Okay, and the last question is, do you use replication and sentinels?
No, we don't use replication and sentinels for this one instance, for this in our team.
Okay, thank you very much for your talk.
I thank you. You're fantastic.
And the next talk we will start at 2:50, so in some 17 minutes.
I usually go by the nickname Konik. I'm from around this area. I got my bachelor's and master's degrees in computer science over in the neighboring building up there at the Faculty of Mathematics, Physics, and Informatics. And it was also around that time that I started to get a little bit more involved in open source software while I was still a student. So yeah, I'm an occasional open source contributor. I'm not a core member or maintainer of any major open source project that you might know. I just make the occasional contribution here and there whenever I find an excuse to do it in my job. So far, the only hat I get to wear is that I'm a member of the Django Software Foundation. So this talk is targeted at people who have never contributed to open source software, but it's not going to be one of those talks where I would go through the basics like what's a revision control, how to use Git, how to make a pull request, and what's an issue tracker, that kind of thing. Instead of that, I will try to convince you why you should consider getting involved in open source software, and I'll also try to give you some pointers how you can get started. But even in case you are not entirely comfortable with all those tools that I just mentioned, I will give you some pointers at the end that might help you out. Oops. So let's start by getting our terminology clear. I guess most of you are probably at least at some level familiar with the term open source software. But just for the sake of clarity, open source software is software whose source code is publicly available. You can get the source code, you can take a look at it, you can change it, you can play with it. And one thing that I got to experience firsthand is that not all open source software is entirely equal. I've mostly been involved in open source projects that are driven by a certain community. So you have projects like Django, you have Python, things like SQL Alchemy, and so on. So those are projects where there is a community, worldwide community of people who contribute, who maintain it, who decide on the direction the project is going to take. And on the opposite end of the spectrum, you have projects that are that have a certain company attached to it that is in charge of all the development, all the decision making. So that's what I refer to as corporate open source, where the open source part is often more like an implementation detail, and not much community to speak of outside of the company. So one example of a project like this might be Chromium, where I mean, it's a product by Google, right? It's still open source. You can get the source code. You can inspect it. You can modify it. You can try to build it yourself. But most of the development happens within Google, behind closed doors. Even if they have like a public bug tracker or mailing lists, it's mostly people from that company who develop it and contribute. And it goes even so far that if you go to the website and try to look up instructions on how to get started as a contributor, you'll mostly find resources for people who obviously there's no like clear line between those two kinds of open source. It's more of a spectrum. There are projects somewhere in the middle that are mostly belonging to a certain corporation but have more of a community around them. But for the rest of this talk, I'm mostly going to be focusing on the kind that's just driven by a community. Yeah, I have like two different categories of reasons why you might want to get involved in open source. One category is more personal reasons, and the other one would be more reasons related to the business, to your employer, to like professional reasons. So when it comes to the personal reasons, you might feel like you want to give back to the community. I mean, there's so much open source out there, and I don't know about you, but it certainly has made my life much more easy, much I mean, there's a huge benefit to using all that open source software. And you might feel like, yeah, I want to make things even easier for the people who come after me. Another reason might be that you want to get fame and recognition for all the glorious contributions you have made, all the great features you have implemented, all the nasty bugs you have squashed in these popular open source projects that are used all over the place. And you might even try to do it to impress your interviewers when looking for a job. You might do it to become a better software developer yourself. There are so many super smart people out there who work on open source, and just by collaborating with them, you get to learn a lot from them, and you get to experience different workflows, different ways of approaching certain problems. Or you might just find that you enjoy it, it's fun. It's really something you might enjoy. I do, for example. So let's move on to the more professional reasons. Many of you are probably employed somewhere and you're working on some kind of product. And so your employer is in some way monetizing that product. And chances are that you're already using a lot of open source technology to make that product run. Starting from all the Linux or BSD servers that you use to host your services, through all the configuration management tools, orchestration tools, and automation like container implementations and so on, editors, linters, compilers, language runtimes, all the way to the frameworks and libraries that you build your application on top of. If you took all that open source technology away, would your product still exist? Probably not. I mean, you would have this lump of code that wouldn't really do much on its own. So if you look at things this way, all that open source technology is already a part of your product. And it's your job as an employee to make your product better. So one way to do that is to improve the open source parts of your application, of your product. There is this argument that some managers like to make that they're paying you to work on your product, not on some random library from some third party. But this completely ignores that this library is already providing a certain feature in your product. So if there is an issue with that third-party library that affects your product in some negative way, isn't it kind of your job to fix the issue? I mean, it might not affect anyone else in the same way if it affects your product. So you cannot really rely on some random third-party maintainer or contributor to fix your problems for you. In what ways can you contribute to open source software? Probably the first thing that comes to most people's minds is to write code, to implement new features, to fix bugs. But that's certainly not all there is to it. I mean, there's so much other work that's involved in making an open source project run. Another obvious thing is documentation. Let me ask you this question. Would you be using all that open source technology that you're using now if you didn't know how to use it? So documentation is really a very important part of an open source project. And there's always room to improve it. Another important way of contributing is to review incoming patches, review incoming code. If a project wants to remain sustainable in the long run, it needs to maintain a certain quality of its code base. And reviewing code is one important mechanism to achieve that. It's one of those less glamorous kinds of contributions because you do not really leave a trace in the revision history, meaning you will not really have your name attached to the commit unless there's a strong convention of noting who reviewed the patch. But it's nevertheless just as important as writing the code in the first place. Another important way to contribute is to triage bugs. Especially larger, more popular open source projects will have a fire hose of incoming bug reports and feature requests. And inevitably, many of those will be duplicates or things that are out of scope of that project, things that are really someone abused an API, or maybe some poor misguided soul is seeking personal support in the wrong place. And then it's important to somehow sort the issues by priority. So again, this is another often overlooked way of contributing to an open source project. And sometimes it's really difficult to get people to do this. And I remember some 5 or 6 years ago, some core members of the Django project used to offer this kind of deal where they would take a look at your bug in exchange for you triaging 5 other issues. Maybe Adrian can remember that. Another way you can contribute is to improve translations. There are so many languages out there. If a project is showing any messages to the user or containing like error messages or that kind of thing, it's always helpful to improve translations, to translate it to more languages. Or you can just hang out in support channels like mailing lists, IRC, and what else there is, and just help out other people. Again, this is an important way of helping the community grow. It sort of complements documentation, because for some people it's just not as easy to understand written docs in English, and they need some more direction, and this is one way to provide it. So let's try to imagine now for a while that you're working on your product and you're trying to resolve a bug. So you whip out all the debuggers, you sprinkle logging statements all over the place, and after a while of tracing through the code and reading and scratching your head, you realize that, oh, it's an issue with one of our libraries that we are using. So, well, bummer, you say. You need this problem fixed right away because you're on a schedule, you have deadlines, you have your sprint and whatever else workflows you're using at your company. So you need to develop a workaround. You cannot really sit around and wait for the current release cycle of that library to finish and have a fix released in a stable version. So yeah, you develop a workaround. Nice, problem solved. Let's move on to the next one. And this is what many people would do. I've seen that many times, even in my relatively short career. But I would encourage you to slow down a little bit and take a deep breath and think about stuff. At this point, you might very well be the person who knows the most about this issue, because you've just spent a lot of time diagnosing it and coming up with a workaround. So if you just move on to the next thing, you're basically just throwing all that knowledge away. So what happens if you encounter the same issue later? Like, it might be all right if you stumble on the same bug in a week or maybe a month later, because you still remember sort of, at least in general, what you did, how you fixed it, how you worked around it. But what if it happens a year later, or if it happens to one of your coworkers who might not know that you were dealing with such an issue? Then you basically end up wasting all that time and effort all over again just to figure out the same thing. So the least you can do is write a bug report, submit the issue to the project, keep it out there, keep a record. And while you are at it, you just developed a workaround, right? So why not also include that workaround? That might help out other people who encountered the same bug before it gets fixed. But you can take it even a little bit further, even though this is already a valuable contribution. You just spent a lot of time diagnosing the thing. You know what triggers it in that library. So why not take the extra few minutes to write down those steps as code and submit a test case for that project's test suite. This is very helpful, much more helpful than just describe it in English, because this way it's much easier for the maintainers or for other contributors to confirm that there is indeed an issue and rule out cases like, oh, maybe you just didn't use the API correctly. And, well, obviously the best case scenario would be that you actually go ahead and fix the issue yourself and just submit a full patch. Sometimes, when you already have the test case and you know how to trigger it and what is going on there, the extra step towards a full solution is not that big. This is especially the case with smaller issues, where just figuring out what is going on is really the brunt of the work, and the fix itself might be just a one-liner. But of course, it's not always that easy. So if there's a more involved design issue, it might take some more effort to get it resolved. Right, but you probably aren't in that kind of situation right now. But what if you still want to somehow get started? There are many ways, probably even much easier ways than the one that I just described. Many projects have some kind of labels or categories for their issues in their bug tracker. So, for example, Django has the easy pickings category, or like Lasse mentioned earlier today, at Koala they have some difficulty / starter or beginner or some newcomer. So those are issues that have been specifically set aside for newcomers to kind of get warmed up with, to experience the entire workflow of getting a contribution into the project, so that they have an easier time later on when they tackle more complicated issues, and they do not have to also deal with the process itself. Some projects take this even further and offer straight up mentoring. For example, there's the PyBeware project, which aims to bring Python to all the platforms out there. So you could write your native iOS or Android applications purely in Python. And one of the maintainers of this project, Russell Keith McGee, often announces that he will mentor newcomers, first-time contributors, all the way through making a contribution. And as far as I know, it's been really successful. But maybe you're interested in contributing to a project that doesn't offer either of those options. You might still be able to look around and search for some kind of roadmap that will contain a list of issues that the maintainers consider important to get into the next release. So if you pick something there, there is a chance that they will be more willing to help you out sorting or getting through the entire process and the workflow. If you're still a student, another great option is to take part in a Summer of Code program. That's actually how I got started as a contributor myself. I did a Google Summer of Code for the Django project twice. And so basically it's like an internship, but instead of working for some kind of corporation, you're working on open source. And you have a mentor assigned. You might get a financial reward. At first it was just Google Summer of Code, but I think these days there are many more organizations running similar programs as well. Or you might just, as I said before, hang out on IRC, read the mailing lists, respond to people. Not only is this a valuable contribution in itself, but you can also start to notice things that many people struggle with. And after a while, you start to see some patterns, and that might be an inspiration for you to try to smooth some rough edges out in the project, or what parts could be documented better, and you can turn that knowledge into valuable contributions again. And also, it's a really great way to get to know the project better. I've done a lot of Django IRC help. I've been participating in the Django users mailing list. And even without using Django really most of the time, or like with a big focus on it, I learned so much about how you properly use what patterns there are, how you should write your code to make it idiomatic, to avoid common mistakes. And most importantly, just don't be shy. Nobody will expect your contributions to be perfect. No contribution is perfect. There is always room to improve, and any reasonable person knows that. So there is really no reason to feel any kind of embarrassment or shame, or be afraid that you might not do the best thing right off the bat. So when you are trying to make a contribution, here are some things you should do. Many projects will have a section in their documentation that details all the steps you have to take, like things like where you should report bugs, what the labels are, categories, and that kind of thing, how you're supposed to submit patches, whether to write tests, how to write tests, what the code style is for that project. So try to read those docs and try to follow them as closely as possible. The reason for this kind of structure is to put some order into the entire thing, to make it easier for maintainers to help you out, improve the patch that you are trying to make, and to increase the chances that it will land in the project for good. If anything in those docs is not clear to you, just do not hesitate to ask. What do you know? Maybe if something about those docs is not perfect, you might find an opportunity there to submit an improvement to those docs. And yeah, if you are trying to submit a bug report, try to search the issue tracker first, just to avoid creating duplicates. And one thing that many people do not realize is that it's also very, very helpful to say thanks to the maintainers and to other community members. When you're using an open source project, most of the time it's doing its job flawlessly and you don't really think about it. It's only when it starts when it stops working that you notice and you realize that something is not going right. And so you're frustrated, you have an issue that you need to resolve. And this is kind of the state of mind when you are submitting an issue. So even if you're really trying to be cool and trying to be nice, on average, the bug reports that get into an issue tracker will lean towards the negative. And this can wear down the maintainers over time. So take the time to show the maintainers some appreciation, tell them what a great job they're doing. Keep your maintainers happy. It will also increase the chances that the project itself will live longer. And yeah, this brings me to the opposite topic of things that you absolutely should not do. There is this screenshot from GitHub. This was basically an issue where someone went into the issue tracker and started firing like, "You're lying in your documentation. You're saying that I should write this command. When I tried to run it, I got this error. Stop lying in your docs, fix your docs. I'm not interested in any random suggestions by random people out on the internet. Just stop lying." And when one of the maintainers pointed out that the problem was an issue with that person's environment and suggested how to fix that issue, and also asked them to tone the hostility down a notch, this was basically the response, more vitriol. So there's really nothing good that can come out of this kind of communication, and it happens, sadly, kind of often. Same thing with sloppy pull requests on GitHub. from people who, like often folks who are working at a billion-dollar startup, and they submit a pull request that violates the coding style in every way imaginable and doesn't even solve a real problem. So when it gets turned down, they go into a long rant about how the maintainers are wasting their time. There's really no point in doing any of this. At best, you get banned from the community because you're violating the code of conduct. But the worst part is that you can drive the maintainers away, because why would a maintainer voluntarily be subject to this kind of abuse? So keep in mind that even though many people somehow by default think that this is how the typical open source project is run, with all the planning and scheduling and whatnot, the reality is often more like the second panel here, where you have just a single maintainer sitting in their computer in the middle of the night, pondering whether they should go to bed already or just take a look at one more issue. So yeah, many open source maintainers and contributors are just doing it because they enjoy it, because it's fun. It's something that they like to do, and they really do not have any obligation towards anyone. So just keep that in mind. Be nice to each other. I mean, be a decent human being, and you'll do just fine. So yeah, that's all I got. To end this on a more positive note, really just stop hesitating, do it. What I like to do is basically what I described there. When I find an issue with some project, I try to fix it while I'm on the clock, because really it's what I like to do. I have an excuse to work on an open source project, and it also is valuable for my employer. So stop hesitating, do it. It's not really any different from what you are doing in your job anyway. I mean, you should already be following best practices like writing docs, writing tests, and so on. So it's not really that much different. In case you really are following those practices, if you're not, open source will give you a nice opportunity to learn those things. And I mean, the biggest difference might be that the response times will be a little bit longer than those you get from your coworker who's sitting across the room. But that's really just about it. And I have a couple of links you might be interested in. The first one is basically a collection of many resources, links to contributor docs of different projects, bug trackers with the easy pickings or starter issues that might get you warmed up a little bit. And the second one is don't be afraid to commit. It's a workshop that will walk you through all the details of submitting contribution or pull request to a Python package, including all the details like how you use Git, how to make a pull request on GitHub, how to write docs that will be available and read the docs, and so on. So in case you're not entirely comfortable with all those tools and concepts, you might find this a valuable resource. So thanks for listening, and I hope to see you in the bug trackers, on mailing lists, and so on.
Thank you very much for inspirational talk. We have a question. What was the project name that offers mentoring for first-time contributors?
PyBeware. pyb.org. Yeah, this is it. Like, it consists of a lot of smaller projects, which are basically aiming to bring Python to different platforms. So you have a compiler from Python to Java for Android. You have another thing for I don't really know much of the specifics. There's a widget toolkit. yeah, you might find something interesting in there. And there are lots of very challenging and entertaining things to solve there as well.
Okay, meanwhile, we get another question. I want to get my old project to GitHub. I have to push all versions or the newer one, the newest.
Well, I think it's entirely up to you. I mean, if you only have the code locally in your machine, you can either push the entire commit history, or you can just make a snapshot and push that. It's up to you. But there's not really any reason not to push. I mean, I doubt there is a single project out there that has a commit history that's like entirely perfect, polished, with no flaw whatsoever. And it's also valuable to look at the mistakes that you have made previously and learn from them. So I would personally opt to preserve the history as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
There are no other questions. We will have a short, well, not a short break, some 10 to 15 minutes, and then we will have a discussion here. So thank you very much.
Okay, hello everyone. I hope you can hear me without a microphone. So, I'm Razvan, I'm a student, and for the past year and a half I've been quite an active open source contributor, and I managed to use my contributions to get quite a few job offers. Now, naturally, I wondered whether was it me just getting lucky with these job offers, or was it something more systematical that open source contributions really help you out when you're looking for a job. So instead of me trying to hit my head around the walls, trying to figure out the answer, I figured that it would be better to ask the people from all these companies that we have here at the conference. So we will have a panel discussion with the purpose of demystifying the recruitment process by clearly stating what companies look for, and at the same time try to figure out how open source contributions can disrupt the standard process of getting a job. Now here we have from left to right Pavel, from the CTO of Exponia. We have Iji, who is a great software engineer with 12 years of experience in recruitment, representing Red Hat. We have Jozef, CTO of Kiwi.com, and I guess that's enough. And we have Lasse, who is quite different. He's an open source enthusiast turned entrepreneur. Yeah, Lasse is special, right? Okay, so he's an open source enthusiast turned entrepreneur, and he did a really cool thing. He created a small company that does freelancing, and we'll hear more about it later. So, the first question would be, what do you look for in a candidate, and where do you look for it? So,
Can you ask the questions to the audience?
well, okay. So,
If they're students or looking for a job.
oh, right, you're right. So, I would like you to raise your hands if you are currently looking for a job. Is any one of you? Okay, we still have one person that is working for Kiwi and apparently looking for a job. That's great. And more importantly, how many of you have successfully used open source contributions to get a job? Like, please raise your hands. Are there any? Okay, that's cool. So now that we're done with the questions for the audience.
You want to note that they can also ask questions, I think.
Yes.
That's the most important part. Sorry, I have to say that.
Okay, so as Lasse mentioned, a very important part of this discussion is that it's open. We have a few questions already fetched here, but please make your own questions. Ask them anything you want. Like, I don't know, you want a new job? Ask for a raise, and maybe you'll get it. All right, so the same for the stream. You can post questions on the Slido. Our questions are already there, so I guess we can begin. Is it okay, Lasse? Thank you. So, what do you look for in a candidate? And more importantly, where do you look for it? So, Pavel, please start. Or who has the microphone? Good.
Does this one work?
One is for the stream and the other one for the audience.
Yeah. Where? All right, so.
Right. Hello. So, when we are looking for a candidate and basically technical skill or coding abilities are just one of the aspects. There are several other aspects so that we understand whether the candidate is the right fit for the job. It's also, you know, what does the candidate value? What are the motivations, aspirations? Where does the candidate want to go? What does he want to learn? Is he able to learn? Does he fit with your existing team? There's so many things that you need to evaluate that we are discussing open source here, and I kind of moved away from that because culture is a thing that's of a great interest to me. You know, contributing to open source is a great way to get discovered, but it doesn't itself lend you the job. For that, you need to, you know, check all the other boxes.
Okay, thank you. Now, Josef? Care to share? Okay, easy. Okay, that's gonna be fun. Okay, I was relying on the fact that some of you could shout to the audience and I'll just use this stream microphone.
Do we really need a microphone, like for the recording?
You need it for the stream.
Oh, okay.
Right.
All right. Can you guys hear me? Okay. So yeah, I would say that we're really trying to get as good picture about the person as possible when either the person applies, which is one scenario. So those are the people who are really actively interested in a job. But I would say the other scenario, which is very relevant for this audience, is really people who are going to conferences, right? Because those are the people who are investing their free time and energy into going somewhere and learn some stuff, which you know, for me as a recruiter is great audience to try to target and basically try to convert into somebody interested in the work, you know, for our company.
Okay, thank you. Josef?
What companies are looking for? Every company has some values and something. They're looking for people that fit in the team. So if you're a bunch of idiots, you're looking for idiots. If you're a bunch of alcoholics, you're looking for people. Otherwise, you won't work. Nobody really cares that much about your skills because it's something you can learn pretty fast in a few months. But you need to be able to use your brain, basically. It's the thing behind your eyes. So this is what companies or most startups are probably looking for. People who are able to think, analyze, and who fit in the rest of the engineers or rest of the team. When we are looking for these people, its best source was friends of friends, friends of friends of friends. But at one point you run out of people, then you go to GitHub.
Okay, cool.
So, I think I maybe should mention like what kind of company my company actually is. So I'm not actually hiring people. I'm like a freelancer and I sometimes have contracts and I don't want to do them, right? We're all lazy. In addition, like I'm the founder of the Koala open source project and we have lots and lots of talent there. There's students who love to code and who are usually thrilled by the thought of being able to doing something for an actual client. And so what I usually do is I take those people that I know that are really good and really passionate. I really look for passion and not so much for the technical ability. And I just offer them like a contract to work with me for one client and help them, although they are like students who don't know how to deliver a professional service, offer them to work with me to provide a professional service to some client and essentially shape their way into becoming an own entrepreneur or becoming an own freelancer. And I think like there's this saying, hire for attitude and not for skills. I think that's very, very, very much true.
Okay, thank you. So apparently you guys are looking a lot at the attitude of the people that you are considering as candidates, right? But
Yes.
just where can you look at that? Like you mentioned GitHub, you mentioned conferences, right? Is that enough to just figure out that the attitude of a person is enough? Like, do you have anything to comment on that? What other ways are there to figure out that the attitude of a person is right for the job?
So obviously, I think you can really tell best by the face-to-face interaction with the person about the attitude and motivation of the person. And really, like the other things will give you like pieces of information, right? So, for instance, if the person was already contributing to an open source project, to maybe some bigger one, and probably has maybe like an accepted patch there or something like that. So
So without really needing to talk to the person, I can already make a lot of assumptions, such as, the person was able to understand what the problem was. He or she was able to understand like how to fix it, and then the patch was accepted by the community. So that there was probably some interaction, which is a good start of the conversation. But then it's really about making some connection with the person and trying to understand what the motivations are and whether it would work for both sides, right? I think it's really about being genuine and like showing the person like what kind of environment you are representing, and whether this would be a fit or not, because this is not like a one-way street, right? It's about basically making the decision on both parts, on the candidate's or person's side, whether this kind of environment and these kind of challenges would be the right fit for him or her, and vice versa on the company's side.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Lasse?
I have two microphones. It's okay. I think that there's some decent truth to what you just mentioned, and what you mentioned before, like use your brain. Like at Koala, like we have this newcomer program which makes it very, very easy to make the first contribution, but that usually means there are a lot of people that don't expect that they are expected to think on their own and to solve a problem, and instead they want to fix an issue and like follow the instructions. This is like the university way of thinking. You get a task, you get it solved, you get graded, done. And it's like, come on, that's not helping you in real life, and that's not helping solving the real problems. And I think this is as well true for all those companies that are looking for people, especially for freelancers, because you don't want to sell the service of I implement your specifications and then I'm done. But you want to solve a problem of a client. A client has a problem that you need to understand, and maybe the solution that the client has in mind isn't actually the real deal. Like I had a client who was like, you got to do this, this, and this, and this, and I was like, okay, that's gonna cost you like 2.5K, but if we just like write those people an email and they give us the data, like you don't have to pay anyone basically. So in a lot of cases there are much simpler solutions. In a lot of cases there are better solutions than what the client expects, and this way of like use your own brain and don't rely on what other people write there. I think this is really, really important.
Okay, thank you. Now, moving on. I think, Jozef, you mentioned talking to friends of friends of friends of friends in order to get good people to take your jobs. Now, how does this referral system actually work? How does it affect the job seeking process? Yes, please. Oh.
There is a theory that stupid people attract stupid people, and smart people attract smart people. You just need to find smart people, and they attract their friends somehow. They want to be together, Right. So you don't need to seek for them in any way. It just works itself, because this is what people want: create communities and work together and deliver, shape, build stuff.
Okay, and how does...
Find them in the bar, that's also...
Okay, that's good to know. But how does this affect the whole recruitment process? Like, do they still have to interview or at least prove their skills with a resume or stuff like that? Or GitHub account?
No, usually somebody brings his friend and he says he's amazing, so you just skip the interview and you trust your people. So there's basically, you skip everything and just employ it.
Okay, so you can get employed right on the spot just like that.
Of course, because your friend told us your name.
Okay, that is great. Now, how is it?
I don't know if it's fun like that.
Okay, so care to share?
So I would say that it really depends case by case. Sometimes it depends on the referral itself. How well does the person know the referring person? Did they ever have chance to work together? So there's a lot of aspects that we need to evaluate during the referral itself. In some cases, we would like to see the referring candidate to actually code. Sometimes we can skip the coding part. What I would suggest to do at almost all the times is definitely the cultural fit. Because even though they were able to work together before, that's why he is referring his friend, it doesn't mean that he will just easily fit into the new team.
All right. Iji, got something to add about how referrals work at Red Hat?
Yeah, I would say that most of the larger technological companies have some kind of like referral program in place, and at Red Hat we rely on this program quite heavily because it's a huge portion of like the percentage of people that we hire. And I would say it's so successful because it makes our life as recruiters much easier. Because the potential candidate already has a lot of information, the informal ones, which you cannot really read on the website, or like you can only learn by interacting with somebody in the company. So it's really easier on our part. I would say that the referrals are getting some kind of VIP treatment as well. We actually have an SLA, larger companies, some processes and stuff like that. So we actually, as a recruiting team, we have SLAs. When we are supposed to contact the people. And then the whole interviewing process is really much easier because it's much easier for us to explain what the company is about, what the job is about, because they already have this information, and much better than we'll be able to give them straight from somebody who's working on that project. Obviously, we still do the interviewing process, we still check all the bits and pieces that we're supposed to really make sure that the person is a good fit, not only technically but also culturally. But I would say that the referrals are also much faster productive. So they are not really surprised by anything when they join the company. So I would say it's a win-win for both, for all sides, for the employees who are referring the people, for the person who goes through the referral program, and also for the company itself.
Thank you. Now, moving on to the impact of open source on all of this. Can involvement in open source be compared to a referral system? And if so, how can it happen? Like, Jozef, for example, the trust of a community reflected in a person, would that be enough to employ somebody on the spot, like referral from a friend would be?
Yes. No. Yeah, probably the community is not your friend, employee. You don't trust them that much.
Okay.
So you have to cross-check it, get to a point with the person and get to know them better, or just talk to him in person. But what I wanted to say, contributing to the open source is good if you're seeking for a job, because actually there are headhunting companies. What they do is that they just scroll GitHub, check your code. If it's good, they just get in touch with you somehow. They can get your email from the company. Should I just go on spot and get it? On LinkedIn, and based on your code on GitHub, they just approach you and they offer you a great job. I know how to do it. So yeah, do open source. It's good for you.
Oh, such a great message. Well, Iji, now, how is it from Red Hat's perspective when you are considered one of the, if not the most successful open source company out there?
Yeah, so really the involvement in open source can help a lot, and it is really a good addition to the referral program. Because again, from the person's perspective, when they identify such a project that they want to dedicate their free time to, exploring and learning and starting contributing to, and a lot of those projects are actually sponsored, and people who work at Red Hat are working on those projects as their daily job, right? So this is really it's a no-brainer. It's a connection of what the person really likes, and so far hasn't been paid for. Just converting it into a full-time job. So yeah, I guess that's really it.
Okay, Lasse, is it okay?
Yeah, actually, this is kind of related. So how I find people is basically right, I know those people, which is like direct referral, I know them, or I know somebody who knows them, but usually they work in an open source project that is related to me. Like the open source project leads directly to a direct referral if you are a company that actively maintains some open source projects. And then what actually matters is like which open source project you contribute to, because if you, for example, want your dream job at one certain company, and that certain company maintains an open source project, then contributing to that project, like seriously contributing, will probably make it much easier, because this will get you in touch with the community. Then you will get to know the people, and then you will get a referral and have the open source involvement. So I think it's like, not like you can compare the open source involvement to referral, but in this case, one leads to the other, and they both like add up.
Okay, thanks. Now, moving on to the last question. How does prior involvement in open source help the candidate adapt to the job? Pavel? Could you let me? There you go.
Thank you. It feels hard to compare it. Like, if you were active in open source community, you already are aware of certain processes that happen in any software company. That makes it easier to adapt to that. You basically don't even have to adapt. You already follow the same rules that are very similar to open source development. So that's great. Even if you don't have any prior experience working on distributed teams, for instance, this is where you learn it. So I would say go for it, definitely do that, and this is going to be an advantage for you when you join a team and you don't have so many things to learn. Other than that, there's nothing but the practice. Like, keep coding. That will make you a better developer. That will add you opportunity on landing new jobs, better jobs, or like you can move in your career even in the job that you have right now. Like, just code and code. So that's another reason to contribute to open source if you don't know what to do with your, or if you don't have your own projects, I would say, just contribute to the existing ones. It's just the practice. So that's from my side.
Okay. Živý, want to add something?
Yeah, I would say that in our environment, most of our projects are open source. So really, like having the exposure to working on an open source project gives you a pretty good idea about like what the actual work, full-time work would look like. And I would say on the other hand, like if the person doesn't have an open source exposure, especially if they're working in an environment where it's like very process driven and like there is a lot of direct guidance, and the person is not really able to adopt to the open source way of doing things, they'll be struggling. So we've seen that already in the past when we hired really brilliant people who were coming from like more structured environment, and they weren't just able or willing to adopt to the open source way of doing things, and unfortunately those people didn't really last. So again, this was like something that we learned from and that we always try to, or always focus during the interviewing process as well, making sure that the person will be comfortable with doing the things the open source way.
Right, thank you. Josef wants to add something? Or? Okay, well, that's a very good answer. So now moving on to the most appreciated question, and probably a very interesting one. What's the most weird thing somebody asked you during an interview? Right? Okay, who wants to start? Okay.
So whenever I do an interview, I typically try to reserve a pool of time so that the candidate can ask me any questions. I typically expect questions about the work environment, conditions, team, his involvement, and stuff like that. Like, I expect an interest. I had this candidate whose first question in this pool of time was, so how did I do? You definitely don't want to be asking this question during an interview.
All right. Živý?
I can only remember that once a guy asked me at the end of the interview whether it's cool with us that he would bring beer to work and actually drinking during working time. So I found that kind of weird.
I have the most stupid answer, maybe another question. Candidate asked if he had a ping pong.
Okay.
I answered no. Do you have a tennis court if you want the sports? And in a startup, the most stupid question might be if they offer me shares.
Okay. Fair enough. Now, lastly, maybe share something not from necessarily your Viper dev company, but maybe from Google Summer of Code.
Yes, so I am regularly reading like every year since 1 or 2 years, I think 2 years now. I am administrating Google Summer of Code for Koala, and I have been doing it for GNOME in the past years. I'm a bit involved in that as well this year as well. So I do get to see like lots of applications of students who want to work with as an internship kind of thing with open source projects. And I think there was, I don't exactly remember it, but there was one guy who made up a completely non-doable project, which had absolutely nothing in relation to GNOME, and it was like spam.
All right, thank you. So now, questions from the audience. Does anybody want to ask anything to any of the... Okay, so should I start with that? Okay, so now, what's the weirdest thing you asked on an interview? Does anybody have an answer to that? One? Anybody? Weird questions? Joseph? Can you also take the stream microphone, please?
Yeah,
that one, that one.
Can I use only this one? So we're asking questions like, I know our business development guys are asking, do you steal? Or what animal would you like to be? Superpowers would like to have? And usually the people we hire, we never hire people that get stuck here. What? I want to be a dog. Why? So yeah, this kind of idiot questions. There was a cool answer to the superpowers, but I can't remember it now.
Okay, thank you. Maybe next time. Yeah. So anybody here that has a question?
There are 2 more questions.
Really? Aren't they posted by me? Yeah, I think we already asked those ones, since they're posted by me. Okay, shoot.
Would you rather people to contribute to their own open source projects, which they started on their own, or would you rather people contribute to other already established organizations?
Go for it. Okay, would you rather like people to contribute to their own open source projects or to open source projects of already established organizations? Is that right? Cool. So?
Either of those. It doesn't really matter. It's about the depth of your involvement. It's always a bit better from my perspective, though, if I see you working on your own projects, because that's a bit harder. Because you have to set your own goals and you have to, follow the steps to fulfill it. If you join the existing projects, you're basically kind of walking in footsteps of someone else. So looking at at your code contributed to a different project that's not yours, I would want to see like a really good technical talent, but if you are working on your own project, there are 6 different aspects I would evaluate. It's just not the quality of your code. It could be like a fit with your potential user customer, or like your general thinking about the project, right?
Right, thank you.
Yeah, I would say both as well, and it really depends. Like, so if you're starting your own project, I really am looking at like whether you're just it's kind of like Hello World in 5 different languages, or if it's like a bigger project and you are also able to get some other people involved who are actually contributing, which I think is really cool. And if it's really working on somebody else's project, then I think it's cool as well. So it's not only about evaluating the like the quality of the code, but also the other aspects. So how are you interacting with the other people in the community? What is the style of the communication? And really like get the holistic picture about you. So I would say both ways are cool.
All right. Any other questions? Yeah. Okay. Sure. Okay. Okay. So what do you do when you find an excellent candidate who asks, however, for too high salary?
Just say no.
Okay. There's your question. There's your answer. So, also a question there?
Do you know what method they used to get this number? Yeah, maybe 2 million.
All right. So, thanks a lot for the audience. Thanks a lot for the great speakers here. So, yeah, a round of applause for them, please. See you around.
Thank you for putting it together.
Thank you.
We have all things set up, so we can continue. Christy and Yona will tell us something about how to build up a Python community and how to get women more involved.
So, ahoy, everyone. I'm Christy Progre. I have finished my studies for international affairs and diplomacy. I'm currently the chairwoman of a local hackerspace that we have back in my hometown in Tirana. I'm a Mozilla rep, I'm a Mozilla outreach intern, and also a tech speaker.
And I'm Yona. I'm a business informatics student at the University of Tirana. Also, together with Christy, we are Open Labs board member. As you can see from my head, I'm also part of Fedora. I'm an ambassador and also a FAMSCO member. But meanwhile, I'm also part of other open source communities, like TDF, for example, that I'm TDF member, the Document Foundation, and also part, let's say, diversity team core member at Fedora project.
In the first part of our talk, we're going to start to how to build up a Python community. It's mostly from our personal experiences. We have taken a community from only like 2 or 3 people, and now it's a very active one with around 50 members. And every day that passes, it's a big success for us. So, is here anyone who knows this guy in the picture? Okay, so, yeah, I think that you know?
Yeah, it should be ended.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has been the dictator of Albania for around 50 years. I will just start this presentation with a little bit of history, so in this way you can understand what really influenced the community, and what really matters is also the social part of it, like the society. We have been in the communism system for around 50 years, and it has been like quite a hard time. And only the beginning of 90s, we changed the political system from the communism to a democratic one. And as in 90s, as I mentioned, the communism system failed, and we're in the democratic system, at least that's what they say. And this really influences a lot in the way that people see a community. From our previous experience, our parents, they used to think that, well, if you go in a community, you don't really take anything for yourself. You're just like, they have all the background that they had in the communism system, so it's very hard to explain to them sometimes that working in a group of people and working in a community makes the things work and make the things like easier, and it can be really a very successful case. Since the system changed, also the perspective change within the people. Now, it's the society has gone to an extreme individualism that we are facing every day, which people like take care of for themselves and how they can success in different fields of the life. In a country with a cooperative way of working, background collaborative software development should be easy, right? But sometimes it's not, and this is one of the cases where we have started to really empower and to contribute even in our local hackerspace. We have Open Labs. It started its hackerspace, which started in 2012. It was a very new concept for Albanian people. What's an open software? All they basically know is just Windows, some basics of Word, and not much. And it was so hard in the beginning to let them know that, hey, here's a community that really needs you and really needs everyone to contribute to make it bigger and to make it more successful. And one of the groups that we have in our community, beside Mozilla, Fedora, Linux, OpenStreetMap, and other projects, we have also people who are working with Python, and the group of people that they're contributing every day, writing codes and creating new softwares. Cultural proposals for making benefit of newborn communities of Python. There are a lot of reasons and cases on how to empower a community. First of all, it's physical space. It's very important important to have a physical space for everyone to come and to join and to get to know people that they share the same ideology on something and they really want to contribute. Also, the regional cross-border collaborative, it's a very good opportunity. Also, you can get to know other communities, not like even local ones, and this really helps you to share experiences and to see what works in a community and what doesn't work and how to improve it. There should be a very good balance between the paid staff and the volunteer, because sometimes when money like goes in, the things like kind of start to become a little bit messy, because it's a very tricky field, and it's very like you really need to be very careful when it comes to the payment. No gender balance in the community. When you see a community, for example, that is only like full of men, it's not sometimes very comfortable for women to come and to start contributing, since they will think that they don't really belong here. So if you want to have a healthy community, we should have a healthy gender balance within it. There are great resources out there like Wiki that it's a very good opportunity also to get to know what are the projects about and how to start like contributing on them. Localizations also, it doesn't matter to just like write codes and to start like with really hard stuff for the beginners, but there are also easy tasks, like for example translating a software into your local language, which is a very good start to contribute on the open source community. Collaborate and communicate with similar communities nearby. It's very important. For example, in Albania we have a very good communication with even other organizations that are in the Balkans, like for example, with Kosovo, with the Greek communities. Since we share like somehow the same historical background, this helps us to understand things even like clearer and to see how a community can work better in the future. Documentation is a very good way, and it really has a huge impact to make the community grow day by day. And also design is, in our opinion, is a big must for everyone to have a good brand. Most important, research for cultural elements are highly influence the community positively or negatively, like high individualist oriented society. This really affects a lot on how you start to build up a community. Like when your society is very individual oriented, you have to really work hard to let them know that working in a collaborative way and working in communities really influences in a very positive way all the work within it. So Yona is going to talk about the women in open source communities.
Okay, so now Christy was telling us how to build up a Python community, or a new community. But if you see this community, and mostly the tech ones, you can see that they don't have lots of women. So where are women in these communities? So if we see a survey that it's done on 2002, you can see that only 1.1% of them were women. And a late survey that was done in 2013, the number was increased, and it was like 11% of the women that are contributors. And from this 11% of the women, only 1.5% of them are developers. That it's really bad when you hear this number. And if you see the GitHub users, you can see that only 5.4% of them have more than 10 contributions. So it's just a random example that was taken from the TopDal website. But if you see this here, you can see that the girls that have done more than, have been part, let's say, of different repositories, and they have done contributions there, those who has more than 10, they just disappear. But what are these reasons? And mostly, you know that when different companies, I'm talking in general, when they see that contributions are made by girls on GitHub, let's say, they will see it better because they will be like really sure that they will have mistakes. But it's not the same thing with boys. So this is kind of discrimination, let's say, for them. And if we see the Python's conferences that they are done, you can see that on 2011 speakers, only 1% of them were women. And if you see the other one, the later one, for example, the 2012, you can see that were 7% women. And the other one on 2013, you can see that attendees were 20% of them were women, and the speakers were 15% of them women. And the later one, on 2014, we had 33% of them women, and speakers were 33% women. And the later one, on 2015, they had 33% women. So you can see that the number is increasing every year. So, so I hope that this number will be increased each year. But so we see that we don't have many women as part of this community. So we can agree that we have some issues here. So which are the problems? So we have invisibility. Sometimes in communities or spaces, people pretend like the girls that are coders, let's say, they pretend that they are not there. They pretend like they are only boys and they really know how to code and they can talk related to advanced things. But on the other hand, we have exceptionalism. So when they see girls that are part of the community, they say, whoa, that's a girl, so she can code? That also, let's say, it's not really good for us to hear these opinions or statements that boys can make. On the other hand, we have also the gender essentialism and social expectation. That means that we are in a community that sometimes people think that girls are better at social things, promoting stuff, marketing, but they are not really good at coding, developing, or the technical things. And also we have the sexualized environment. So when they see a girl that are part of a tech company, they will think, okay, how she's dressing or other stuff, and not ask them or let's say, see their technical background. But what different open source communities, what have they done? We have different initiatives that they really want to support women so they can be part of these communities. So, for example, the first one is WOMOS, that Christy is part of it, and she can tell us more about.
Yeah. WOMOS is like Women plus Mozilla. It's a community composed of members from different open source projects. It's mainly dedicated to improving women visibility and involvement in free open source and Mozilla, and to increase the number of women within the community. And it's open to everyone who wants to participate and who shares the same ideology to be in the community. Which is open source, and to increase the number of women there. If you want to have more information related to this, we have our own website, womos.org. You can find us on Telegram, in the mailing list, or if you're living in a country that there are some Mozilla reps there, you can just go directly and ask them, and I'm pretty sure that they will give you more information related to the WOMOS.
So another initiative is the one that we have at Fedora, Fedora Women. So at Fedora Women, we have our mission statement for this group. So we provide a forum for women in the Fedora community. So we have a dedicated, let's say, mailing list, IRC channel, to communicate with girls and ask them how they can be part of the community. Because sometimes for us it's better to talk with a girl how to be part of the community and contribute there than ask boys, because sometimes they are afraid that they will make statements like, okay, you don't know, for example, how to code on C++ or on Python. So to avoid this part, that's why we have provided a forum for them. So The other one is we provide a stronger voice for the women of the Fedora community. So if you feel discriminated or if you don't feel, if you are part of any issue that you are facing at the community, you can just speak up and tell your problem. So don't keep it for yourself. And also we have avoid segregation. So of course that we have a separated forum only for women, but this does not mean that we want to be two separated parts. So boys on the one part of it, and the other part can be girls. No, we want both of them can, let's say, collaborate with each other and understand each other, how they can be and help them for different kind of contributions that they can do at the community. And what's the most important thing? You need to have fun. So Fedora Women is open to any woman who is looking for a supportive group within the Fedora community. And for this reason, involvement with our project, whether as a user or a contributor, is strongly encouraged. But I was talking only for women, but we want to have also an inclusive community. So we cannot be focused only on women. We have also other underrepresented groups. That's why we have the diversity team. Those are people that are part of the core member of the diversity team. And if you want to communicate with us, we have our mailing list. That it's our primary, let's say, way how you can find us, or you can contribute to different tickets that we have to our Pajur, that we can file different tickets related to different tasks if you want to be involved. And also you can join our bi-weekly meetings every Wednesday at 1 p.m. On Fedora Diversity channel in Freenode. But beside this, because we have different diversity teams, let's say, or groups that are only for women in different open source communities, we have also initiatives or let's say, opportunities that these projects have done together. So the first one is the GNOME Outreach Program for Women. That it's an internship for every women and other people, or let's say other underrepresented groups that they feel discriminated or. And it's an internship that lots of open source communities are part of it. For example, Fedora, as you can see, Fedora, GNOME, Wikipedia, or Mozilla. As Christy said, she's also an outreach intern at Mozilla, so she can explain better also how is the process that every girl can be part of it and contribute. And also it's a paid one, so maybe this is a good reason to make them be part of it and apply.
So it's very important to have been contributing in the open source for quite a long time, so they can see that you're you have a big impact on what you're doing and a big impact in the community. You can first start to see what is the project that you think that you can contribute and that you feel very well with. In the first view that you see, for example, that your skills fit very well with what is Mozilla, for example, offering for the outreach intern. You can start to communicate with the mentors on the IRC mostly, and they can help you out then on how to continue to contribute and to have a bigger impact and to start also applying for the outreach. And in this way, you can win the internship.
And it depends on the project. Some projects can approve more girls that are part of it, and some, for example, at Fedora, only one girl can be part of it, but at Mozilla, they have even more, 15.
Yeah,
right?
there are a lot of opportunities. And if there will be anyone here who wants to have more information related to this, just feel free to contact.
And another one is Google Summer of Code. I guess all of you know about it, so I will skip a bit because I don't know how are we with the time. Okay, so let's say that students can work with an open source organization on a 3-month programming project during their break from school, so you can apply with a project, and those who are accepted, they will spend their summer, let's say, coding, and at the end, of course, that they will share all and submit their code that they have done. So, I mean, we are open source communities. That's why we need to share. Sharing is caring. And another one is Rails Girls. Rails Girls Summer of Code. This week was also the deadline to apply for it. You can have different teams there also that you can be a part of them. For example, these are some of them. For example, I applied for Nextcloud. That it's similar, let's say, with Dropbox or Google Drive, but it's an alternative that is open source. Then you can find, okay, we're with the Python community. That's why one of the examples is this one, FOSS Asia Open Event. That it's an event manager for a platform to organize all kinds of events that you can do, conferences, for example, that speaker can register there and can put their informations. So you need to be a team with another girl that is a local person at your city, so you can meet each other every day. And if you need also a mentor that can be of the project that you will choose. Also, you need at least 2 coaches for each project. And the maximum of the teams that you can join is 2 teams. And also, the winners will get a 3 months of internship that will start on the end of June and will end on September. So I was talking about different communities in general, but let's see how is the situation in our community in Albania. So this one is a group photo of OSCAL, that it's our biggest conference there, open source conference in Albania, where we have different speakers from abroad to talk about different topics that they want to cover, related only to open source, of course. And if you see the participants, we can see that 70% of them are women, that it's really rare if you see open source communities in general. And also part of the organizing team, we were 80% of them were girls, and the volunteers, 80% of them were girls too. So this is another event that we've done there. It's Ada Lovelace Day. So each year we organize at the same day. So we organize an event at our hackerspace where different girls can present a topic that they want to cover, so they can share their experience with the others and maybe why not to inspire them. And this one is Mozilla Weekend. Today is related only to Mozilla browser, Firefox browser. And here the photo, we have separated them, let's say. And as you can see, we were, let's say, 70% or 65% of them were women. So this is another group photo that we've done at our hackerspace. Was Ada Lovelace Day again. This one, it's a meetup that we've done for Fedora, because at Fedora we have another initiative that it's Fedora Loves Python. So this one was the first one that we've done there, and we had also Yanis, the Fedora ambassador in Greece, that he came there to share with us his experience. And as you can see from the photo, we have lots of girls too. So this one, so at the end of the conference, we talk with the speakers so they can give us a testimonial, what they think about the conference. And one of them said that OSCAR showed how girls can rock IT subjects and that free software is a socially important and empowering topic for everyone. So what are the main reasons that we have lots of girls part of our hackerspace? So it's the educational system, because when we finish our high school, we have, because how how we have the educational system there. We need to get lots of points to get the universities, and those that are related to IT, they have lots of. And girls take lots of points, so they see which one to choose. And mostly, lately, let's say, they choose, for example, business informatics that I'm studying, or IT, but something related to IT in general. So another reason is the desire to discover new things. So they want to explore another field that it's IT and is developing every day, let's say. And they see this as a field where they can easily find a job, of course, because they need a good salary. So how can we encourage women to have more women part of different open source communities? So we need to recruit diversity. As I said, now we have different groups inside of different open source projects that promote diversity in general. That's what we need to do for, let's say, each of them. We need to create the code of conduct. It's really important, so every project can have their own code of conduct. So if someone will feel discriminating or feel bad because someone will say a bad word toward them, they can know and they can tell them that, hey, you are against code of conduct here. So, and of course, you need to value all the contributions. It doesn't matter if it's coding, it's promoting, it's translating. All of them, they are working really hard to promote the software in general. So you just need to say thank you to all of them. And of course that you need to organize events or conferences so they can be part of it and they can enjoy their experiences and can get inspired, let's say. So thank you. If you have any question, you can ask now, or you have also our emails there. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy and Nona, for your talk. We have some questions. I think we can maybe use this laptop so that people can see it. Okay, so we can see them.
Okay. Based on research, women are more prone to experience imposter syndrome. Any suggestion for helping them overcome apart from obvious praise of good work? Yeah, we have also faced that in the beginning in our community. Sometimes it's really hard to let them know and to make them feel like with a high self-esteem related to their IT job or to their contributions. But on my experience, like I always say that practice makes us perfect. Like it's very important to always keep trying and to always keep contributing. And what's important is that to remember always that why did they all started this. For example, like we have also very good examples in our community that there have been cases where women came and they were trying to leave because they might have been like, probably I'm not capable enough to cover an IT, talk or to cover a technical problem, but they have kept going on since we're a lot of women and we always used to talk to each other and to support each other. Like in my personal experience, like practicing and experience makes a very big, has a very big influence on this. What is the gender ratio in your meetups? Well, it's always more women. It's always, no matter of the, it doesn't matter.
It's a technical event or no.
Yeah, it's always more women there. And how do you fight against women expressionism in community? Well, I don't think we have to fight for it.
At least at our community in Albania. But for example, if you see the community in general, that we are also part of them, let's say one of them, for example, was the code of conduct. So if people see that they are against of it, I mean, you will do something as a community to say people that, hey, you need to respect it. Also, let's say that people nowadays, they are trying to be nicer to girls. So it's not that we have this exceptionalism really
in our
obvious, let's say, part of our communities. But as I said, if someone at our community will feel bad or something, they can just speak up, and of course that we will find a solution about it, because it depends of the different issues. So.
Okay, thank you very much for building